June 28th, 1914. Sarajevo. A sunny morning in Bosnia. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Habsburg throne, sits in an open-top car with his wife Sophie. They've just survived one assassination attempt. The bomb bounced off their car and exploded behind them. Now their driver takes a wrong turn, backs up, stalls the engine directly in front of 19-year-old Gavrilo Princip. Princip raises his pistol. 2 shots, both fatal. Within 6 weeks, Europe would be engulfed in the most catastrophic war in human history. Every history textbook tells you this assassination triggered World War I. And that's true as far as it goes. But it's also deeply, profoundly unsatisfying as an explanation. Because here's what doesn't make sense. Both Berlin and Vienna knew exactly what attacking Serbia would mean. Russian intervention. Almost certainly. And Russian intervention meant the great European war that both empires absolutely dreaded. Their own military strategists were famously pessimistic. German war games showed the nightmare scenarios. Austrian generals understood their army's weaknesses. These weren't fools gambling on easy victory. These were sober professionals who'd studied modern warfare and understood what it would cost. So why would rational men deliberately choose a war they thought they'd probably lose? That's the question that should haunt you. Because the answer isn't in Sarajevo. The answer is on the grand strategic chessboard of 1914. Imagine you're sitting in Berlin or Vienna in the summer of 1914. You're looking at this chessboard, and you're watching your position deteriorate month by month, year by year. You're watching your enemies grow stronger while your allies drift away. You're watching your military advantages, such as they are, expiring before your eyes. And you realize something terrifying. Next year will be worse than this year. The year after that will be worse still. Every single indicator points in the wrong direction. You're not getting stronger. You're getting weaker. And your enemies are getting stronger. So when that door opens in July 1914, when Franz Ferdinand's assassination gives you the opportunity you've been waiting for, you have to make a choice. Do you wait and face certain slow decline? Or do you gamble now while you still have some advantages left? Over the next 3 hours, we're going to understand exactly why Germany and Austria made that gamble. We're going to see 2 empires backed into corners. We're going to watch their strategic positions collapse. We're going to understand why men who'd spent years preventing war finally decided to risk everything. This isn't a story about an assassination. This is a story about 2 empires watching their world end, and deciding to fight rather than fade away. By the end, you'll understand why 1914 wasn't madness. It was cold, desperate calculation. Let's go back to 1894, where this chessboard was first set up. 1894. This is where our chessboard takes shape. France and Russia sign a military alliance. It's a marriage born of mutual fear. France still burns with resentment over its defeat to Prussia in 1871. The humiliation of that war, the siege of Paris, the proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, the loss of Alsace-Lorraine, these are wounds that never heal. Every French schoolchild grows up staring at maps with Alsace-Lorraine shaded in black, a constant reminder of what was taken. Russia, meanwhile, watches Germany's industrial power surge and worries about being eclipsed. German steel production doubles, then doubles again. German railroads spread like spiderwebs across Central Europe. German factories pour out goods that compete with Russian exports. The economic dynamism is breathtaking and, from St. Petersburg's perspective, threatening. The alliance terms are straightforward. If Germany attacks France, Russia mobilizes against Germany. If Germany attacks Russia, France mobilizes against Germany. It's an elegant solution to both nations' strategic anxiety. France gains a powerful eastern partner. Russia gains a wealthy western partner. Together, they create the threat of a two-front war that should, in theory, deter German aggression. Germany doesn't panic. It already has Austria-Hungary as an ally, bound by the dual alliance since 1879. That alliance was forged by Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor who unified Germany and dominated European diplomacy for 2 decades. Austria needs Germany after its humiliating exclusion from German unification. Germany needs Austria to secure its southern flank. In 1882, Italy joins to form the Triple Alliance. On paper, this looks formidable. 3 great powers, Germany with its industrial might and military prowess, Austria-Hungary with its vast territories stretching from Switzerland to Romania, Italy with its growing navy and colonial ambitions, united against 2. But there's a problem with Italy from the very beginning. Rome joins the Triple Alliance, partly out of resentment toward France over Tunisia. France grabbed Tunisia in 1881, beating Italy to a colonial prize that Rome considered rightfully its own. So, Italy allies with Germany and Austria in a fit of pique. But Italian public opinion remains largely pro-French. And Austria-Hungary, which controls territories with large Italian populations, Trentino, Trieste, parts of Dalmatia, is seen as the enemy by Italian nationalists who dream of Italia Irredenta, unredeemed Italy. Still, the alliance exists on paper, and that's what matters for the diplomatic chessboard. Britain holds aloof from all this. Splendid isolation, they call it, with characteristic British smugness. Why entangle yourself in continental quarrels when you rule the waves? The Royal Navy is unmatched, more powerful than the next 2 navies combined. The British Empire spans a quarter of the world's land surface. India, Canada, Australia, vast swaths of Africa, strategic choke points from Gibraltar to Singapore. Let the continental powers squabble among themselves while Britannia rules the oceans. But in the early 1900s, British strategists begin to worry. Germany is building a navy. Not just any navy, a modern, powerful battle fleet clearly designed to challenge British supremacy. Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, head of the German Imperial Naval Office, pushes his navy laws through the Reichstag. Dreadnought-class battleships start sliding down German slipways. Why does a continental power with a superb army need a world-class navy unless it plans to challenge Britain? So Britain begins hedging its bets. 1904. The Entente Cordiale between Britain and France. It's not a military alliance. Britain is careful not to commit itself that far. It's an understanding, an agreement to resolve colonial disputes and cooperate on matters of mutual interest. Britain recognizes French interests in Morocco. France recognizes British interests in Egypt. Old colonial rivalries are set aside. But everyone understands the real significance. Britain is moving closer to France, and by extension, closer to France's ally Russia. The diplomatic chessboard is shifting. 3 years later, in 1907, Britain reaches a similar arrangement with Russia, the Anglo-Russian Convention. They divide Persia into spheres of influence, settle disputes over Afghanistan and Tibet. Again, not a formal military alliance, but an understanding that reduces tensions and creates possibilities for cooperation. Now Europe is divided into two armed camps. On one side, the Triple Entente, France, Russia, and Britain. On the other, the Triple Alliance, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. In the ministries and war offices of Europe, diplomats and generals feel a certain satisfaction. The balance of power is restored. Each bloc is strong enough to deter the other from adventurism. This is the old game, played for centuries since the Peace of Westphalia. Keep the scales roughly even, and you keep the peace. Theoretically, this creates stability. In reality, it creates something far more dangerous, a system where any spark could ignite a general conflagration. But more immediately, for the first decade of the 20th century, the theory and the reality diverge in a different way. Because the balance of power isn't balanced at all. 1905. The year everything changes. The Russian Baltic Fleet, the pride of the Tsar's navy, sails halfway around the world to confront Japan in the Pacific. It's an astonishing journey, 18,000 nautical miles, 8 months at sea. 42 warships steam from the Baltic, around the Cape of Good Hope, across the Indian Ocean, toward their destiny in the Far East. The fleet is supposed to relieve Port Arthur, under siege by Japanese forces, and restore Russian dominance in Manchuria. But Port Arthur falls before the fleet arrives. So Admiral Zinovy Rozhestvensky presses on toward Vladivostok, hoping to establish a base there and continue the war. On May 27, 1905, in the Tsushima Strait between Korea and Japan, the Japanese combined fleet, under Admiral Togo Heihachiro, intercepts them. What follows is one of the most decisive naval battles in history. The Japanese fleet, faster and more maneuverable, executes what becomes known as crossing the T, positioning their ships perpendicular to the Russian line, allowing all Japanese guns to fire, while only the forward Russian guns can respond. Japanese gunners, better trained and using superior rangefinders, land hit after devastating hit. Russian ships burn, explode, capsize. By the time the sun sets the next day, the slaughter is complete. Of the Russian fleet's 8 battleships, 6 are sunk. Of the 9 cruisers, 5 are sunk. Of the entire armada of 42 warships, only 3 vessels, 3, make it to Vladivostok. 4,500 Russian sailors die. 6,000 are captured. Japan loses 3 torpedo boats. It's not just a defeat. It's a humiliation that echoes around the world. For the first time in modern history, an Asian power has decisively defeated a European one in conventional warfare. The racial implications are not lost on anyone. European supremacy suddenly looks less inevitable. But for Russia, the disaster goes far deeper than damaged pride. The war with Japan has already cost billions of rubles that Russia doesn't have. The army fighting in Manchuria is exhausted, demoralized, and far from home. The Trans-Siberian Railway, the single-track lifeline supplying that army, can barely keep up with demand. And now the Navy, the entire Baltic fleet, years of investment, Russia's hope for projecting power, is resting on the bottom of the Tsushima Strait. Russia's military power is shattered. Its treasury is bankrupt. And then, as if military disaster weren't catastrophic enough, the empire erupts from within. January 22nd, 1905. A date seared into Russian memory. Bloody Sunday in St. Petersburg. Father Georgy Gapon, an Orthodox priest, leads a peaceful march of workers to the Winter Palace. They're carrying icons, portraits of the Tsar, a petition pleading for better working conditions and political reforms. They believe in the Tsar as their little father, protector of the Russian people. They believe if they can just reach him, explain their suffering, he'll intervene on their behalf. Imperial guards block their path. The order to disperse is given. The workers don't disperse fast enough. The guards open fire. Volleys of rifle fire tear into the crowd. People fall screaming into the snow. Men, women, children, the guards don't discriminate. The official count is 96 dead, but witnesses report hundreds of bodies in the streets. The snow runs red outside the Winter Palace. The massacre destroys whatever remained of the mystical bond between Tsar and people. If the little father will murder his own children for asking for bread, then what legitimacy does he have? Russia explodes. Strikes paralyze Russian industry through the spring and summer. Railway workers walk off the job, bringing transportation to a halt. Factory workers seize their plants. Peasants burn manor houses and seize land from aristocrats. In October, a general strike brings the empire to its knees. No trains, no electricity, no telegraph, nothing functions. Mutinies erupt in the military. The most famous is the battleship Potemkin in June, where sailors revolt, kill their officers, and sail to Romania seeking asylum. The image of that red flag flying from a Russian warship becomes an iconic symbol of revolution. But Potemkin is just the most visible. There are mutinies in army units, in the Kronstadt naval base, in garrisons across the empire. For months, the Romanov regime teeters on the edge of collapse. Nicholas II, the Tsar, genuinely doesn't understand what's happening. He believes in autocracy as a sacred trust from God. The idea that he should share power with elected representatives strikes him as both absurd and blasphemous. But his ministers convince him he has no choice. Either grant reforms or face revolution. In October, the Tsar issues the October Manifesto. He grants civil liberties, freedom of speech, assembly, religion. He establishes an elected Duma, a parliament that will have legislative powers. It's not democracy as Britain or France would understand it. The Tsar retains enormous power, but it's a fundamental change to Russian government. The reforms work, barely. They split the opposition between those willing to accept constitutional monarchy and those demanding full revolution. The government regains its footing, arrests radical leaders, crushes remaining resistance with brutal efficiency. The Tsar survives. The Romanov dynasty survives. But Russia's power on the international stage is shattered. It will take years, perhaps a decade, to rebuild military strength, restore financial stability, and regain the capacity to project power beyond its borders. And suddenly, the European balance of power isn't balanced at all. France finds itself dangerously isolated. The Franco-Russian alliance, the cornerstone of French security policy, suddenly looks much less impressive when Russia can barely police its own empire, let alone field armies in Europe. Britain, watching this unfold with its characteristic combination of aloofness and calculation, grows alarmed. German power now appears unchecked on the continent. This is precisely what British foreign policy has feared for centuries. One dominant continental power that could threaten the balance and potentially threaten British interests. Britain survived Louis XIV's France, Napoleon's France, always by backing coalitions against the would-be hegemon. Now, Germany looks like it might achieve what France never could, genuine dominance of Europe. So London draws closer to Paris. Not out of any particular love for France. The two nations have been rivals and enemies for most of the past millennium. But out of calculated fear of Germany. The Entente Cordiale, signed in 1904, partly as colonial housekeeping to resolve disputes over Egypt and Morocco, now takes on real strategic weight. British military officers begin quiet staff talks with their French counterparts. Plans are sketched for how a British expeditionary force might deploy to France in event of war. Nothing is committed on paper. Britain still values its flexibility, but the direction is clear. Germany decides to test this new alignment, to see if British support for France is real or just diplomatic theatre. March 31st, 1905. Kaiser Wilhelm II steps off his yacht in Tangier, Morocco. It's a carefully staged theatrical performance. The Kaiser, in the white uniform of an admiral, rides through the streets on a white horse provided by the Sultan. German flags wave. Moroccan officials bow and scrape. Wilhelm gives a speech declaring Germany's support for Moroccan independence and the Sultan's sovereignty. The message to France is crystal clear. Morocco is nominally independent, ruled by Sultan Abdelaziz, but France has been steadily extending its control through loans, military advisors, and economic penetration. French officials openly speak of Morocco as the natural completion of France's North African Empire, the missing piece between Algeria and French West Africa. But Germany has economic interests in Morocco too, and more importantly, Germany wants to test whether France can be bullied now that Russia is crippled. Berlin demands an international conference to settle Morocco's status. The implicit threat, refuse, and will support Morocco's resistance to French expansion, perhaps even more directly. France, its Russian ally prostrate, its military still recovering from the humiliation of 1871, considers backing down. But Britain doesn't back down. London gives Paris firm, public diplomatic support. British Foreign Secretary Edward Grey makes it clear that Britain stands with France on Morocco. The Royal Navy begins conspicuous movements that suggest Britain is preparing to intervene if Germany pushes matters to war. The international conference convenes at Algeciras, Spain, in January 1906. It's supposed to be Germany's diplomatic triumph. Instead, it becomes a humiliation. Only Austria-Hungary backs Germany's position. Britain, Russia, Italy, the United States, and even Spain support France. When the final agreement is signed in April, France emerges with most of what it wanted: effective control of Moroccan police and finances, which everyone understands means control of Morocco itself. Germany gains almost nothing except looking diplomatically inept. The Kaiser, who'd been so confident, is furious. His Chancellor, Bernhard von Bülow, has to talk him down from even more aggressive posturing. But more importantly for our story, Germany learns a crucial lesson. The lesson is this: even with Russia weakened, even with France theoretically vulnerable, pushing matters to actual war is too risky. Because France has modernized its army since 1871, to French industry has recovered, and France has those magnificent 75mm field guns that German intelligence reports describe with grudging admiration. The French 75 is a revolutionary weapon, the first field gun with a hydro-pneumatic recoil mechanism that allows it to fire rapidly without repositioning. It can deliver 15 rounds per minute with pinpoint accuracy. German generals look at assessments of French 75 batteries and think very carefully about testing French resolve with military force. So Germany recoils from provoking war over Morocco. The Kaiser blusters, but Berlin backs down. Instead, the Triple Alliance focuses on scoring diplomatic victories that don't risk general war. The most bombastic of these diplomatic victories comes in October 1908. Austria-Hungary annexes Bosnia-Herzegovina. Now, this requires context to understand why it matters and why it inflames the Balkans. Austria has occupied Bosnia since 1878, after the Congress of Berlin that followed Russia's victory over the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire nominally still owns Bosnia. It remains technically Ottoman territory, but Austria administers it, garrisons it with Habsburg troops, and effectively controls every aspect of governance. For 30 years, this odd legal fiction persists: Ottoman sovereignty, Austrian administration. But legal ownership matters immensely in the diplomatic game of early 20th century Europe, and it matters even more to Serbia. Serbia desperately wants Bosnia. The population is largely South Slavs, Serbs, Croats, Bosnian Muslims, who speak essentially the same language and share cultural heritage. Serbian nationalists, intoxicated by their kingdom's recent independence from Ottoman rule, dream of a greater Serbia that unites all South Slavs under the Serbian crown. Bosnia, sitting right on Serbia's western border, is absolutely central to that nationalist dream. Russia backs Serbia's Balkan ambitions. Not purely out of pan-Slavic ethnic solidarity, though that plays a role in Russian public opinion and among Russian nationalists. More importantly, Serbia is Russia's client state, Russia's instrument for projecting influence into the Balkans and toward the Mediterranean. A strong Serbia means a strong Russian presence in a region Russia has considered its sphere of influence for centuries. So when Austria's foreign minister, Baron Alois von Ehrenthal, meets secretly with his Russian counterpart, Alexander Izvolsky, at Buchlau Castle in Moravia in September 1908, they discuss a potential grand bargain. The proposed exchange is elegant in its simplicity. Austria gets international recognition for formally annexing Bosnia, converting occupation into legal sovereignty. Russia gets Austrian support for opening the Turkish Straits, the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, to Russian warships. Control of the Straits is a centuries-old Russian obsession, going back to Catherine the Great and beyond. The Straits connect the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, and whoever controls them controls Russian access to warm water ports and global trade routes. Currently, an international treaty keeps the Straits closed to warships in peacetime, which essentially bottles up the Russian Black Sea fleet. Opening the Straits would be a massive strategic gain for Russia. It's the kind of deal that makes sense to professional diplomats who think in terms of spheres of influence and strategic trade-offs. But the deal falls apart catastrophically in execution. On October 6, 1908, Austria announces the annexation of Bosnia before Russia has secured any international agreement on the Straits. Ehrenthal claims he and Izvolsky agreed to act simultaneously, but the timing is either a miscommunication or a deliberate betrayal. Historians still debate which. Either way, Izvolsky finds himself in an impossible position. Austria has its annexation as a fait accompli, but Russia has nothing to show for it. The Straits question goes nowhere because Britain and France, not consulted in advance, oppose changing the status quo. Izvolsky feels ambushed, humiliated, played for a fool. Russian newspapers, fueled by pan-Slavic sentiment, explode in fury at this Austrian treachery. The Russian public sees it as one more humiliation for a nation still reeling from defeat by Japan and revolution at home. Serbia reacts even more violently. Serbian newspapers call for war. The Serbian military begins mobilization. Crown Prince Alexander, speaking to crowds in Belgrade, vows that Bosnia will one day be Serbian. Volunteers start forming paramilitary groups to liberate Bosnia from Austrian occupation. For months through the winter of 1908 and 1909, the crisis simmers, threatening every week to boil over into actual military conflict. Russia wants to back Serbia, but lacks the strength to do so effectively. The army is still reorganizing after the Japanese War. The treasury is still empty. France, Russia's ally, quietly counsels caution. Paris has no desire to fight a European war over Bosnia. Britain is even more distant from the crisis. Austria, meanwhile, digs in its heels. Ehrenthal insists the annexation is final, non-negotiable. Konrad von Hötzendorf, the Habsburg chief of staff, actively pushes for preventive war against Serbia. Better to crush the Serbian threat now while Russia is weak, he argues, than wait until Russia recovers. And then Germany steps in with an ultimatum that brings the crisis to a head. March 23, 1909. Germany sends a note to Russia that's barely disguised as diplomacy. The message is blunt: recognize Austria's annexation of Bosnia immediately or face war with Germany. It's not phrased quite that boldly in the official diplomatic language, but everyone understands the meaning. If Russia mobilizes to support Serbia, Germany will mobilize to support Austria. And if Germany mobilizes, France must decide whether to support Russia, which means general European war. Russia, still recovering from its disasters of 1905, still dealing with internal unrest and empty coffers, backs down. Foreign Minister Izvolsky, humiliated but powerless, accepts Austria's annexation. Russia advises Serbia to do the same. Serbia, without Russian support, has no choice. On March 31st, Belgrade officially recognizes the annexation and promises to abandon its hostile propaganda against Austria-Hungary. It's a crushing diplomatic defeat for Serbian nationalism. Austria wins its point. The annexation stands. International recognition is eventually secured. But let's examine what was actually gained here, because calling this a victory is questionable. Austria changed the legal status of a province it already physically occupied and controlled. In exchange for this change in paperwork, Vienna permanently infuriated Russia, which never forgives or forgets the humiliation. Austria humiliated Serbia, creating a burning resentment that will fester for years. And Austria had to be bailed out by Germany, threatening war against Russia. Some victory. What's crucial for our story, what you need to understand as we build toward 1914, is what Germany did, and critically what Germany didn't do. Germany threatened war. The threat was real enough that Russia backed down. But despite the favourable military circumstances, Russia manifestly weak, France wary of fighting over Balkan issues, Germany remained deeply reluctant to actually force the conflict into military action. They threatened war, but they didn't want war. The bluff worked, which made the bluff worth making. But it remained a bluff. And in the years that followed, Germany would do more than just hesitate about war. They would actively prevent it. 1912. The First Balkan War erupts in October. Serbia, Greece, Bulgaria, and Montenegro, the four Balkan kingdoms, form an alliance that catches Europe by surprise with its suddenness and decisiveness. They've been plotting in secret for months, coordinating their military plans, waiting for the right moment. That moment comes when Italy's war against Ottoman Libya demonstrates Ottoman military weakness. On October 8th, Montenegro declares war on the Ottoman Empire. Within days, the other three kingdoms join. The Balkan League's combined armies, roughly 300,000 men, battle-hardened from decades of irregular warfare, surge across Ottoman borders. The war is brief and shockingly one-sided. The Ottoman Empire, the once mighty power that besieged Vienna and dominated the Mediterranean, collapses like a house of cards. Ottoman forces are poorly equipped, poorly led, riddled with corruption. Officers have sold supplies for personal profit. Units lack basic necessities like ammunition and medical supplies. The command structure is a dysfunctional mess of competing factions. When Bulgarian forces besiege Adrianople, one of the great fortress cities of the empire, it falls within months. When Serbian and Greek armies converge on Macedonia, Ottoman resistance crumbles. By May 1913, the Treaty of London ends the war. The Ottomans lose almost all their European territories except a small strip around Constantinople. 500 years of Ottoman rule in the Balkans comes to an inglorious end. Serbia emerges from this war transformed and dangerous. Serbian territory more than doubles. Before the war, Serbia controlled roughly 48,000 square kilometers. After the war, it controls 87,000 square kilometers. Its population grows from 2.9 million to 4.4 million, an increase of over 50%. But the numbers don't fully capture the psychological transformation. Serbia's army, blooded in combat, gains invaluable experience and confidence. Serbian officers who'd commanded companies now command regiments. Serbian soldiers who'd fought local skirmishes now have experience in modern warfare, artillery barrages, coordinated infantry assaults, siege operations. The Serbian General Staff, proven in battle, begins planning for future conflicts with the swagger of victors. And those future conflicts, everyone understands, will likely involve Austria-Hungary. Because Serbian nationalism doesn't stop with the lands taken from the Ottomans. The dream of Greater Serbia explicitly includes territories currently under Habsburg rule, Bosnia-Herzegovina, parts of Dalmatia, perhaps even Croatia and Slovenia. Serbian quartermaster reports to Russia project that by 1918, Serbia will be able to field 500,000 well-trained, well-equipped troops. That's a staggering figure for a nation of 4 million people. It represents total mobilization of military-age males. And while the projection might be optimistic, the direction is unmistakable. Serbia is building itself into a serious military power. Austria watches this with mounting alarm bordering on panic. Habsburg influence in the Balkans, already weakened by the Bosnia annexation crisis, is now eroding rapidly. Serbian expansion means Habsburg interests are being squeezed out. The dream of Austrian dominance over the Western Balkans, a cornerstone of Habsburg foreign policy since the Congress of Berlin, is crumbling before Vienna's eyes. In the Habsburg Foreign Ministry on the Ballhausplatz and in the War Ministry, officials seriously discuss military action. The idea that gains traction is this ally with Bulgaria, which feels cheated of its share of the Balkan War's spoils, and crush Belgrade before Serbia becomes too powerful to handle. There's still a significant dove party in Vienna at this point, led by none other than Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne. Franz Ferdinand is no pacifist. He spent his life in military service and understands power politics. But he argues passionately for restraint, for finding some accommodation with Russia and the Slavs rather than military confrontation. His vision, imperfectly formed but genuinely held, is of transforming Austria-Hungary from a dual monarchy into a triple monarchy that gives Slavs equal status with Germans and Magyars. Trialism, it's called, and it's anathema to the Magyar elite who dominate Hungary and refuse to share power with anyone. But Franz Ferdinand's voice carries weight because he's the heir. When Emperor Franz Joseph dies, and he's 82 years old in 1912, already ruling for 64 years, Franz Ferdinand will become emperor. So even the hawks, like Foreign Minister Leopold von Berchtold and Chief of Staff Konrad von Hötzendorf, have to factor his views into their calculations. The hawks push hard for their war. Konrad, in particular, is obsessed with Serbia. He's been advocating preventive war against Serbia since before the Bosnia crisis. His personal papers show he proposed war with Serbia over 24 times between 1906 and 1914. It becomes almost a mania with him. Strike now, before it's too late, before Serbia grows too strong. Vienna floats proposals to Berlin about joint action. What if we allied with Bulgaria? What if we manufactured a crisis that gave us pretext? What if we struck while Russia is still focused on rebuilding from 1905? Germany says no. Not maybe. Not, let's discuss terms. No. Berlin refuses to countenance an Austrian war that could bring in the Russians. German Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg makes this crystal clear in communications with Vienna. German Foreign Secretary Gottlieb von Jagow reinforces the message. Even Kaiser Wilhelm, for all his bombastic rhetoric and tendency towards saber-rattling, backs his ministers on this. The pattern in 1913 is identical. Austria pushes for military action against Serbia. Germany says no. That Europe did not stumble into war in 1912 or 1913 was largely because of this German restraint. Berlin doesn't abandon Vienna completely. That would destroy the alliance and leave Germany dangerously isolated. They support what they consider fair Austrian goals and interests. For example, when Serbia and Montenegro want access to the Adriatic Sea after their victories, Germany and Austria work together diplomatically to block it. An independent Albania is created in November 1912, partly to keep Serbia landlocked and prevent Serbian ports on the Adriatic from becoming Russian naval bases. This is the kind of diplomatic victory Berlin is happy to support. It serves Austrian interests without risking war. But when it comes to actually starting a military conflict with Serbia, Germany's position is firm and consistent. No. Not while such a war could trigger Russian intervention. Not while Russian intervention could mean general European war. Berlin understands the stakes with perfect clarity. Franz Joseph, the Habsburg emperor, has admitted as much in his correspondence. If the monarchy must go down, he writes, let it at least go down with honor. But Germany isn't interested in honor if it means civilization-destroying war. For all their military planning, for all their confidence in German arms, for all the thick volumes of mobilization schedules and war games, Germany's leaders aren't ready to roll those dice. Not in 1909, when they threatened Russia over Bosnia. Not in 1912, when Serbia doubled in size. Not in 1913, when Austria pleaded for support. The pattern is unmistakable and consistent. Germany serves as the brake on Austrian ambitions, the stabilizing force in Central Europe. Whenever Vienna wants to escalate toward military confrontation, Berlin pulls them back from the brink. Year after year after year. So the question that should be forming in your mind right now, the question that makes the First World War so puzzling and so tragic, is this. What changed? Why did Germany's position flip in 1914? Why did Berlin, after years of restraining Austria, finally give Vienna the green light for a war they both knew could bring in Russia? The Balkan situation in July 1914 is actually less acute than it was in 1912 or 1913. Serbia is still recovering from the Balkan Wars. There's no immediate crisis brewing that demands instant military response. Franz Ferdinand's assassination is shocking, yes, but it's hardly the first act of Balkan political violence. Assassination attempts against Habsburg officials are depressingly routine. Yet in 1914, Germany says yes. The answer, and this is the thesis we're going to spend the rest of this investigation proving, lies in understanding that two nightmares were unfolding simultaneously. Austria-Hungary's strategic position was collapsing, not slowly, but rapidly and visibly. Every year brought new threats, new vulnerabilities, new catastrophes on the horizon. Vienna looked at the map of Europe and saw walls closing in from multiple directions. And Germany's strategic assumptions were expiring. The entire edifice of German military planning rested on foundations that were crumbling. Berlin looked at Russian rearmament and realized their window of opportunity, such as it was slamming shut. Two empires backed into corners. Two empires watching their worlds end. Two empires deciding that slow decline was worse than desperate gamble. Over the next hour, we're going to examine both nightmares in detail. First, Austria's death spiral. How a multi-ethnic empire surrounded by hostile nation-states found itself with no good options, no diplomatic solutions, and a military situation that deteriorated month by month. Then, Germany's expiring gamble. How Russian rearmament was systematically destroying the assumptions that underpinned Germany's only viable war plan, and how German strategists calculated they had perhaps 1 or 2 years left before their military advantage disappeared entirely. And finally, July 1914, when Franz Ferdinand's assassination opened a door that both empires had previously refused to walk through. When the calculation changed from "we must avoid war" to "we must risk war now or face certain defeat later." This isn't a story about madmen or warmongers. It's a story about rational decision-makers making rational calculations based on the information available to them. The tragedy is that those rational calculations led to catastrophe. By the time we're done, you'll understand something your history teacher probably never explained. Why 1914 was different from every previous crisis. Why Germany, the stabilizing force for a decade, became the enabler of Austria's war. Why men who understood the horror that modern war would bring chose it anyway. Because from their perspective, in their framework, with their understanding of where the strategic chessboard was headed, they believed they had no choice. Let's start with Austria-Hungary. Let's look at the multi-ethnic empire's fatal design and understand why Vienna felt the walls closing in. Austria-Hungary in 1914 is an empire that shouldn't exist. Not because it's weak, its economy is actually quite strong, growing at respectable rates. Not because it's politically unstable. Emperor Franz Joseph has ruled since 1848, providing remarkable continuity. The monarchy commands genuine loyalty from millions of its subjects. Austria-Hungary shouldn't exist because it's a multi-ethnic empire in an age of nationalism, and that contradiction is tearing it apart. Here's the empire's fundamental structure. The dual monarchy, created in 1867 after Austria's defeat by Prussia, divides the empire into two parts. Austria, officially Cisleithania, in the west. Hungary, officially Transleithania, in the east. Each has its own parliament, its own administration, its own internal affairs, but they share a common monarch, a common foreign policy, a common army, and a common currency. Franz Joseph is simultaneously Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary. It's an awkward arrangement, full of bureaucratic redundancy and jurisdictional disputes. But it works after a fashion, held together by imperial institutions, aristocratic networks, and sheer Habsburg stubbornness. The problem is the people. Germans dominate Austria proper, making up roughly 24% of Cisleithania's population. They control the bureaucracy, the officer corps, the levers of power. Magyars, ethnic Hungarians, dominate Hungary, roughly 45% of Transleithania's population. They control their parliament, their administration, their local power structures with iron grip. But Germans and Magyars together make up less than half the empire's total population. The rest, the majority, are minorities. And every single one of those minorities has a homeland somewhere beyond the empire's borders. Czechs and Slovaks in Bohemia and Moravia look toward a potential independent Slavic state. Poles in Galicia look toward Warsaw and dreams of resurrected Poland. Romanians in Transylvania look toward Bucharest. Italians in the south, Tyrol, Trieste, and Istria look toward Rome. South Slavs, Serbs, Croats, Slovenes in the southern provinces look toward Belgrade and Zagreb. This is the fatal design. Austria-Hungary is surrounded by nation-states that embody the national aspirations of its minority populations. It's like being encircled by magnets, each one pulling at a different piece of your empire. At the turn of the century, in 1900, this didn't seem like an existential crisis. Serbia was weak, barely recovered from its own dynastic turmoil and wars. The Obrenović dynasty had been murdered in a particularly gruesome palace coup in 1903. King Alexander and Queen Draga literally hacked to pieces by army officers. But the new Karađorđević dynasty hadn't yet consolidated power or pursued aggressive expansion. Serbia was a third-rate Balkan kingdom, not a serious threat. Italy was a relatively firm part of the Triple Alliance. Yes, there were tensions over the unredeemed Italian territories. Yes, Italian nationalists gave inflammatory speeches about Trieste and Trentino. But Rome's government maintained the alliance with Vienna, saw value in coordinating with Austria against France, and kept radical nationalism in check. Romania seemed secure in the Austrian orbit. King Carol I, born a Hohenzollern prince, was personally committed to the Germanic powers. He'd signed a secret alliance with Austria and Germany in 1883. Yes, Romanian public opinion increasingly resented Hungarian treatment of Transylvania's Romanian minority. But Carol's commitment to the Central Powers seemed to override popular sentiment. So, in 1900, 1905 even, Habsburg statesmen could look at their multi-ethnic empire and think, this is manageable. By 1914, everything had changed. Serbia had doubled in size through the Balkan Wars and was planning massive military expansion. The Quartermaster General told Russian military attachés that by 1918, Serbia would field 500,000 well-trained, well-equipped troops. That's a professional military force comparable to Austria-Hungary's entire standing army, coming from a country with less than a tenth of the Habsburg Empire's population. Italy was still technically part of the Triple Alliance, but everyone knew it was a fiction. In 1913, Rome had very firmly and publicly condemned any potential Austrian war against Serbia. The Italian government made clear that not only would it not support such a war, it might actively oppose it. Italian irredentism, the demand for unredeemed Italy, was no longer fringe nationalism, but mainstream political discourse. Italian newspapers openly speculated about when, not if, Italy would reclaim Trieste and Trentino from Austria. Romania was held to the Central Powers by a thread, specifically by the life of 75-year-old King Carol. The Crown Prince Ferdinand was married to Princess Marie, granddaughter of both Queen Victoria and Tsar Alexander II. Ferdinand's sympathies were unmistakably toward the Entente, not the Central Powers. When Carol died, and at 75 with declining health, that could happen any moment, Romania would pivot toward Russia as surely as a compass needle finds north. This is what Habsburg statesmen meant when they talked about the empire's strategic position collapsing, not slowly eroding, collapsing. And Vienna, for all its imperial grandeur and centuries of diplomatic experience, could find no solution to this problem. The Habsburgs were, as one historian memorably put it, determined as ever to step on as many rakes as possible. Their foreign policy seemed designed to make enemies out of potential friends and to alienate allies. They snubbed Italy repeatedly over the previous decade, treating Rome as a junior partner whose concerns didn't merit serious consideration. When Italy needed Austrian support for its colonial ambitions, Vienna was dismissively unhelpful. When Italian politicians tried to resolve disputes over the unredeemed territories through negotiation, Habsburg officials refused even to discuss the subject. Hungarian treatment of the Romanian minority in Transylvania was systematically alienating Bucharest. Magyar officials pursued aggressive Magyarization policies, forcing Romanian schools to teach in Hungarian, restricting Romanian cultural organizations, discriminating against Romanians in government employment. This wasn't quiet discrimination, but loud, public policy that Romanian newspapers reported in outraged detail. Every Hungarian law restricting Romanian language use was another nail in the coffin of Austro-Romanian relations. Austria-Hungary was accomplishing the remarkable feat of turning all its neighbours into enemies simultaneously. And the worst part, the truly tragic part, was that there was no realistic way to fix this within the existing system. The Habsburg military was chronically underfunded. Not because the empire was poor, as stated, the economy was actually growing, but because the Austrian and Hungarian governments couldn't agree on funding. The dual monarchy required both parliaments to approve military budgets. The Hungarian parliament, dominated by Magyar nationalists, routinely blocked or reduced military appropriations. Their reasoning was both principled and cynical. Principled because they genuinely feared a strong central military would threaten Hungarian autonomy. Cynical, because reducing the army's budget weakened Vienna's ability to pursue foreign adventures that might drag Hungary into war. Year after year, Habsburg military leaders pleaded for increased funding to match the growing power of potential enemies. Year after year, the appropriations fell short. By 1914, Austria-Hungary was spending roughly 25 to 30% less per capita on its military than Germany, and far less than France or Russia. The Austro-Hungarian army in 1914 had roughly 450,000 men in peacetime. Full mobilization could bring that to 3.3 million, but many of those were poorly trained reserves. Compare that to Germany's peacetime army of 890,000 after the 1913 expansion, or France's 800,000, or Russia's massive but slow mobilizing forces. And there was no sign whatsoever that Hungarian obstruction would change. If anything, Magyar nationalism was intensifying, making compromise less likely. Diplomatically, the empire had painted itself into a corner. Serbia was implacably hostile after the Bosnia annexation. Italy was drifting toward the Entente. Romania would flip the moment Carol died. Russia, humiliated by the Bosnia crisis, was rebuilding its strength with clear intention to reassert itself in the Balkans. There was exactly one realistic path to avoid catastrophe. Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne, was fumbling his way toward it. His vision of trialism, giving the South Slavs equal status with Germans and Magyars, transforming the dual monarchy into a triple monarchy, might have diffused Serbian nationalism by incorporating Slavs into the empire's power structure. More radically, Franz Ferdinand understood that Austria would eventually have to cut a deal with Russia over the Balkans. Accept Russian primacy in the region in exchange for Russian guarantee of Habsburg territorial integrity. It would heavily favor St. Petersburg, require Habsburg swallowing of enormous pride, but it might preserve the empire. But this solution was absolute anathema to the hawks who dominated Habsburg foreign policy. Foreign Minister Leopold Count Berchtold couldn't conceive of accommodating Serbia or Russia. Chief of Staff Franz Conrad von Hötzendorf had spent 8 years advocating preventive war against Serbia. The Magyar elite would never accept trialism. Giving Slavs equal power meant reducing Magyar dominance, which was unthinkable. So the empire lurched forward with no solution in sight, watching its strategic position deteriorate year by year, knowing something had to give but unable to agree on what. This is what it means to be backed into a corner. When the door opened in July 1914, when Franz Ferdinand's assassination provided the casus belli Vienna had long sought, the calculation changed. Not because war was a good option, but because every other option looked worse. Let's talk about Serbia, because understanding Austria's death spiral requires understanding just how dramatically and how rapidly Serbia changed from manageable irritant to existential threat. 1905. Serbia is a backwater Balkan kingdom recently emerged from a bloody palace coup. King Alexander Obrenović and Queen Draga were murdered in June 1903 in a scene of almost medieval brutality. Army officers broke into the palace in Belgrade, hunted the royal couple through darkened rooms, and literally hacked them to pieces with sabres. The bodies were thrown from palace windows to prove they were dead. It was the kind of political violence that made Western Europeans shake their heads at Balkan barbarism. The new king, Peter Karađorđević, brought from exile in Switzerland, was elderly and spent his first years consolidating power and trying to modernize the kingdom's primitive institutions. Serbia's army was poorly equipped, trained in outdated tactics, led by officers whose primary qualification was political loyalty rather than military competence. The economy was overwhelmingly agricultural, peasants farming with wooden plows, barely producing enough surplus for export. Serbia's population was roughly 2.9 million. Its territory was 48,000 square kilometers, slightly smaller than Costa Rica. It was landlocked, surrounded by larger and more powerful states: Austria-Hungary to the north and west, Ottoman Empire to the south and east, Bulgaria to the east. It had no significant industry, no modern infrastructure beyond a few railroad lines, no capacity to produce modern weapons. From Vienna's perspective in 1905, Serbia was a nuisance but not a threat. Annoying, certainly, Serbian nationalists gave inflammatory speeches about liberating South Slavs from Habsburg rule. But Serbia lacked the power to back up its rhetoric. It was a client state, first of Austria, then after the palace coup, increasingly of Russia. But client states are manageable through the usual tools of diplomacy, economic pressure, and occasional military intimidation. 9 years later, in 1914, that assessment was catastrophically obsolete. The First Balkan War, October 1912 to May 1913, was Serbia's coming-out party as a regional military power. When the Balkan League attacked the Ottoman Empire, European observers expected a long, grinding conflict. The Ottomans still controlled formidable fortresses, had numerical superiority in many theatres, and could presumably rally to defend their 500-year-old empire in Europe. Instead, the Ottoman army collapsed with shocking speed. Serbian forces advanced through Macedonia, capturing city after city. The Battle of Kumanovo in October saw Serbian forces decisively defeat a larger Ottoman army through superior tactics and morale. By November, Serbian troops had reached the Adriatic coast, something Serbia had dreamed of for decades. They planted their flag on the beach at Durrës in Albania, fulfilling what they saw as their destiny as a maritime power. The Second Balkan War, June to July 1913, was even more instructive. Bulgaria, feeling cheated of its share of the spoils, attacked Serbia and Greece. Romania and the Ottomans opportunistically joined against Bulgaria. Serbia not only held its own, but pushed Bulgarian forces back decisively, securing Macedonia and forcing Bulgaria to accept a humiliating peace. When the dust settled, Serbia had more than doubled its territory to 87,000 square kilometers. Its population grew from 2.9 million to 4.4 million, an increase of over 50%. It had gained rich agricultural land in Macedonia and Kosovo, increasing its economic potential significantly. But the territorial gains, impressive as they weren't the most important transformation. Serbia's army emerged from the Balkan Wars as a genuinely formidable fighting force. Serbian soldiers had proved themselves in sustained combat operations against two different enemies in varied terrain. They'd conducted mountain warfare in Macedonia, siege operations against fortified cities, rapid mobile operations pursuing retreating Ottoman forces. Officers who'd commanded companies now commanded regiments with combat experience. Junior officers who'd never led men in battle were now veterans with decorations and combat wisdom. The Serbian General Staff, tested in actual war rather than theoretical exercises, had developed genuine operational competence. They'd coordinated multi-divisional movements, managed logistics for extended campaigns, worked with Greek and Bulgarian allies in combined operations. General Radomir Putnik, the Serbian chief of staff, had demonstrated real strategic skill in the Second Balkan War. Equipment captured from Ottoman arsenals, German-made Mauser rifles, Krupp artillery pieces, modern ammunition, partially modernized Serbian forces. More importantly, victory brought credibility. France and Russia, impressed by Serbian performance, began to take Serbia seriously as a military partner. French arms manufacturers started accepting Serbian orders. Russian military advisors arrived to help professionalize the Serbian officer corps. And Serbian military planning became distinctly more ambitious. In 1913, shortly after the Balkan Wars ended, Serbia's quartermaster general prepared a report for Russian military intelligence outlining Serbia's planned military expansion. The report projected that by 1918, just 5 years away, Serbia would be able to field 500,000 well-trained and well-equipped troops. Let that number sink in for a moment. 500,000 soldiers from a nation of 4.4 million people. That represents total mobilization of essentially every military-age male. It's a staggering commitment, the kind of militarization that only makes sense if you're planning for major war. And these wouldn't be peasants grabbed from farms and handed rifles. The plan called for a systematic program, peacetime conscription, to train reservists, regular refresher training, stocks of modern weapons purchased from France and Russia, expanded officer training schools, improved logistics and supply systems. This was professional military expansion, not militia mobilization. Austrian intelligence got wind of these plans. Habsburg military attachés in Belgrade sent alarmed reports back to Vienna detailing Serbian preparations. Konrad von Hötzendorf, the chief of staff, circulated internal memoranda, painting a dire picture. By 1918, Serbia would field an army roughly equal in size to Austria-Hungary's entire peacetime establishment. And Serbia wouldn't be fighting alone. It had a formal alliance with Montenegro, cordial relations with Greece, and most importantly, Russia's backing. When you added it all up, the Balkan threat to Austria-Hungary looked increasingly formidable. But Serbian ambitions didn't stop at building a large army. Serbian nationalism in the early 20th century was intoxicated by success and convinced of destiny. The ideology of Greater Serbia, Velika Srbija, was straightforward. All South Slavs should be united under Serbian leadership. Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Bosnian Muslims who spoke South Slavic languages and shared cultural heritage should form a single powerful state centered on Belgrade. This wasn't fringe thinking. It was mainstream Serbian political discourse. The organization Narodna Odbrana, National Defense, founded in 1908 after the Bosnia annexation crisis, worked openly to spread Serbian nationalism in Habsburg territories. It published pamphlets, organized cultural societies, funded schools that taught Serbian history and language. Habsburg authorities viewed Narodna Odbrana as a subversive organization, but couldn't suppress it without violating their own laws about free association and speech. More ominously, a secret organization called Ujedinjenje ili Smrt, Unification or Death, better known as the Black Hand, pursued Serbian nationalist goals through conspiracy and violence. Founded in 1911 by army officers, including Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijević, who'd participated in the 1903 palace coup, the Black Hand worked in shadows. It recruited agents in Habsburg territories, supplied weapons to potential saboteurs, planned acts of terrorism against Austrian officials. The Serbian government's relationship with the Black Hand was ambiguous, and probably deliberately kept that way. Prime Minister Nikola Pašić and the civilian government distrusted the Black Hand's military officers, seeing them as a potential threat to civilian rule. But the government also found the Black Hand useful. It could pursue aggressive nationalist goals, while the government maintained plausible deniability. Habsburg intelligence knew about both organizations. Reports from agents in Belgrade described the networks, identified leaders, tracked activities. Vienna knew that Serbian nationalist organizations were actively working to destabilize Habsburg South Slav territories, preparing the ground for eventual incorporation into Greater Serbia. And Greater Serbia explicitly, unmistakably included territories currently under Habsburg rule. Bosnia-Herzegovina, annexed by Austria in 1908, but populated largely by Serbs and other South Slavs, was the crown jewel of Greater Serbian ambitions. Activists in Bosnia distributed Serbian propaganda, organized pro-Serbian demonstrations, recruited young men to the nationalist cause. When Habsburg police arrested them, Serbian newspapers portrayed them as martyrs to the cause of South Slav liberation. Dalmatia, the Adriatic coast region with significant Serb and Croat populations, was another target. Croatia and Slovenia, while primarily Croat and Slovene rather than Serb, were included in visions of a South Slav federation under Serbian leadership. Even parts of southern Hungary, with Serb minorities, appeared in maximalist versions of the Greater Serbia dream. This wasn't theoretical threat or paranoid Habsburg fantasy. Serbian textbooks published after the Balkan Wars showed maps of Greater Serbia, including vast swaths of Habsburg territory. Serbian politicians gave speeches in parliament about the unredeemed South Slavs still suffering under foreign oppression. Serbian newspapers published articles counting the days until Bosnia would be liberated. From Vienna's perspective, this was existential threat, not diplomatic nuisance. Here's what made Serbia uniquely dangerous to Austria-Hungary, in a way that Italy's irredentism or Romanian nationalism weren't. The Habsburg Empire had enormous South Slav populations. Roughly 6 million South Slavs lived within Austria-Hungary's borders: Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Bosnian Muslims. They constituted a substantial portion of the empire's population and controlled economically important regions. Successful Serbian nationalism, Serbia as a powerful, independent, victorious nation-state embodying South Slav aspirations, provided a dangerous alternative model to Habsburg rule. When Serbs in Bosnia or Dalmatia looked across the border, they saw their ethnic kin in Serbia ruling themselves, expanding their territory, winning wars, building modern institutions. Why remain subjects of a German-Magyar empire when you could join a Serbian kingdom? Why accept minority status in a multi-ethnic empire when you could be part of a nation-state that embodied your own national identity? This wasn't idle speculation. Habsburg police reports documented increasing nationalist activity in South Slav regions after the Balkan Wars. Pro-Serbian sentiment was growing, particularly among younger, educated South Slavs who saw no future in an empire dominated by Germans and Magyars who treated Slavs as second-class subjects. Unlike distant colonial rebellions or border disputes, this threat was right at the empire's core. The South Slav territories weren't peripheral provinces, but strategically vital regions. Lose Bosnia, Dalmatia, Croatia, and you don't just lose territory, you unravel the entire southern half of the empire. Once South Slavs successfully secede, why would Romanians stay? Why would Italians? Why would Czechs? The empire could come apart like a rotten rope, strand by strand. And Austria had already nearly lost to Serbia in 1914 as it actually happened. This is crucial to understand. When Austria-Hungary actually went to war with Serbia in August 1914, it very nearly lost. Austria's first invasion of Serbia in August 1914 failed catastrophically. Austro-Hungarian forces crossed the Drina River, advanced into Serbian territory, and were thrown back with heavy losses by the Serbian army. The Battle of Ser, August 15th to 24th, was a humiliating Habsburg defeat, the first Allied victory of World War I. A second invasion in September made more progress, but stalled in brutal mountain fighting. Austrian troops, many from the empire's Czech and Romanian regiments, showed questionable loyalty when fighting fellow Slavs. Desertions were embarrassingly common. Some units essentially disintegrated rather than press attacks against Serbian positions. In December 1914, Serbian forces counterattacked and briefly recaptured Belgrade, which Austria had taken in the second invasion. For a few glorious days, the Serbian flag flew over their capital again. Austrian forces had to evacuate in disorder, abandoning supplies and equipment. Only in October 1915, more than a year into the war, did Austria-Hungary, reinforced by German troops and joined by Bulgaria, finally conquer Serbia. And even then, it required massive German assistance. Austria couldn't defeat Serbia alone. Now remember the circumstances of that 1914 Serbian campaign. Serbia was still recovering from the Balkan Wars. Its army was not yet at the projected 1918 strength. Italy and Romania were neutral, meaning Austria didn't have to guard those borders and could concentrate forces against Serbia. Russia's Great Program was incomplete, and Russian forces were focused on Germany and couldn't provide direct military assistance to Serbia. In other words, Austria fought Serbia under the most favorable possible circumstances and barely won. Now imagine fighting Serbia in 1918. Serbia at full projected strength, 500,000 well-equipped, battle-tested troops. Romania actively hostile, requiring Austria to deploy an entire army group to the Romanian border that wouldn't be available against Serbia. Italy, either neutral but openly sympathetic to the Entente, or actively hostile, requiring another army group to guard the Italian frontier. Russia fully rearmed, its Great Program complete, capable of putting massive pressure on Austria's northeastern front. Do the math. Konrad von Hötzendorf did. His estimate was that Austria-Hungary would face odds of more than 2-to-1, 128 enemy divisions against 62 Central Powers divisions. That's not a difficult campaign. That's potential destruction of the Habsburg army in a matter of months. This is what Habsburg statesmen meant when they talked about Serbia as an existential threat. Not that Serbia alone could destroy the empire, though by 1918 it might have been able to, but that Serbia was the catalyst that would trigger the empire's complete strategic collapse. Every year, Serbia grew stronger. Every year, Austria's position grew weaker, and there was no diplomatic solution visible on the horizon. When Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in June 1914, Habsburg hawks saw their opportunity. Not a good opportunity. There were no good opportunities left. But possibly the last opportunity to strike before the window closed completely. Let's talk about Italy's place in this disintegrating strategic picture. Because Italy's drift away from the Triple Alliance was another wall closing in on Austria-Hungary. On paper, in 1914, Italy was still technically Austria's ally. The Triple Alliance of 1882, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy, had been renewed multiple times, most recently in 1912. The treaty was still in effect, still binding under international law. In reality, everyone knew it was dead. The alliance had always been awkward. Italy joined in 1882, primarily out of resentment toward France over Tunisia, not out of any natural affinity with Austria. And there was that inconvenient fact that Austria-Hungary controlled territories that Italian nationalists considered rightfully Italian. Italia irredenta, unredeemed Italy, was the rallying cry. The South Tyrol, with its Italian-speaking population under Habsburg rule. Trieste, the great Adriatic port, where Italians were the plurality, though hardly the majority. Istria and parts of Dalmatia, with their Italian communities and history of Venetian rule. Italian nationalists looked at these territories the way French nationalists looked at Alsace-Lorraine, stolen property that must be reclaimed. But for 30 years, the alliance survived because both sides found it useful. Italy gained great power, status, and protection against France. Austria gained security on its southern border and an additional ally to balance France and Russia. Professional diplomats could paper over the tensions. By 1912, those tensions were tearing the paper to shreds. Austria's conduct toward Italy over the previous decade had been, in a word, contemptuous. Habsburg foreign ministers treated Rome as a junior partner whose concerns merited only perfunctory attention. When Italy went to war with the Ottoman Empire in 1911 to seize Libya, it expected at minimum diplomatic support from its allies. Instead, Austria maintained embarrassing neutrality, and some Habsburg officials openly sympathized with the Ottomans. When Italian forces struggled against unexpectedly fierce Ottoman resistance, Austrian newspapers mocked Italian military incompetence. When Italy needed Austrian cooperation on Balkan issues, ensuring Italian economic interests in Albania, coordinating policy toward the Balkan Wars, Vienna was dismissively unhelpful. Habsburg officials made clear they viewed the Balkans as Austria's sphere of influence, where Italian concerns were irrelevant. Most damagingly, Austria flatly refused to discuss the future of the unredeemed territories. Italian politicians, trying to manage domestic nationalist pressure, occasionally floated ideas about peaceful negotiated transfers or autonomy arrangements for Italian-speaking regions. Austria's response was always the same. These are internal Habsburg matters, not subject to negotiation with foreign powers. Discussion closed. It was almost as if Vienna was trying to alienate Rome. Italian public opinion reflected this deteriorating relationship. Newspapers that had once supported the Triple Alliance now questioned its value. Politicians who defended Austria now found themselves defending the indefensible. Nationalist groups, like the Italian Nationalist Association, gained membership and influence by attacking the government's pro-Austrian policy. By 1913, Italian foreign policy was clearly pivoting. In March 1913, when Austria was seriously considering military action against Serbia after the Balkan Wars, Italy made its position brutally clear. Foreign Minister Antonino di San Giuliano informed Vienna that Italy would not support any Austrian war against Serbia. Not just won't help, would actively oppose. If Austria attacked Serbia and triggered a general European war, Italy would not honor the Triple Alliance. This was diplomatic earthquake. An ally, publicly stating, it wouldn't honor its treaty obligations completely undermines the alliance's credibility. It told everyone, France, Russia, Britain, that the Triple Alliance was paper tiger, that when push came to shove, Italy would sit out, or potentially even flip sides. And Austria's response to this betrayal? More contempt, more dismissiveness, more refusal to address Italian concerns. It's almost tragic how consistently Habsburg diplomacy chose the worst possible approach. Now let's talk about what Italy's defection meant militarily. Because this wasn't just diplomatic embarrassment, it was strategic catastrophe. The Schlieffen Plan, Germany's entire strategy for winning a European war, assumed Italian participation. Specifically, the plan called for Italy to send 3 army corps to reinforce the German left wing in its sweep through Belgium and northern France. Roughly 150,000 Italian troops, integrating with German forces. Additionally, Italy was supposed to attack across its own border into southeastern France, tying down French forces that otherwise could reinforce against the German offensive. Most crucially, Italy was supposed to pin the French army of the Alps. France maintained significant forces in the Alps to guard against Italian attack, roughly 100,000 troops in mountain fortifications. If Italy attacked, or even just mobilized threateningly, those French Alpine divisions couldn't be moved elsewhere. But if Italy stayed neutral, France could redeploy those divisions to the main theatres of war. In actual history, this is exactly what happened. Italy declared neutrality in August 1914. French Commander-in-Chief Joseph Joffre immediately ordered the Alpine divisions north. They arrived just in time to participate in the Battle of the Marne in September 1914, the battle that stopped the German advance, prevented the quick victory the Schlieffen Plan required, and ensured World War I would become a long, grinding war of attrition. Military historians have argued that if Italy had actually fulfilled its Triple Alliance obligations in August 1914, Germany would have won the war in the West. The extra German strength, 3 Italian corps plus the elimination of French Alpine divisions, would have been just enough to punch through the French defences at the Marne. Paris would have fallen. France would have been forced to accept peace terms. The entire course of 20th century history would have been different. But Italy didn't join. And by 1914, German planners knew Italy wouldn't join. Which meant the entire mathematical foundation of the Schlieffen Plan was undermined. For Austria, the implications were even more direct. A neutral Italy meant Austria had to garrison the Italian border. You couldn't leave 300 kilometers of mountainous frontier completely undefended when your neighbor might opportunistically join your enemies. So divisions that could have been used against Serbia or Russia instead sat in fortifications watching the Italian frontier. A hostile Italy, which looked increasingly probable by 1913, meant Austria would face a completely new front requiring massive force deployment. The Italian army in 1914 had roughly 900,000 men when fully mobilized. Not the most impressive army in Europe, Italian performance in the Libyan War had been mediocre, but sheer numbers matter. Austria would need to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops to defend against Italian attack. Konrad von Hötzendorf's strategic calculations had to account for multiple scenarios. Best case, Italy stays neutral. Austria deploys minimal forces to guard the border. Worst case, Italy joins the Entente. Austria faces 3-front war against Serbia, Russia, and Italy simultaneously. Every scenario showed Austria's military position deteriorating, and there was absolutely nothing Vienna could do to reverse Italy's drift toward the Entente, short of surrendering the unredeemed territories, which was politically impossible within Austria-Hungary. If Italy's defection was slow-motion betrayal, Romania's pending flip was ticking time bomb with clearly visible countdown. Romania had been in the Central Powers orbit since 1883, when King Carol I secretly signed a defensive alliance with Austria-Hungary and Germany. The alliance was kept secret because Romanian public opinion, even in the 1880s, was pro-French and pro-Russian, and Carol didn't want to face domestic opposition. But the alliance was real, renewed several times, and gave Austria security on its southeastern flank. Carol was a Hohenzollern prince, born in Germany, raised in Germanic culture, personally committed to the Central Powers through both ideological sympathy and family ties. He'd been invited to become Prince of Romania in 1866, when Romania wanted a European royal family to legitimize its new independence from Ottoman rule. Carol had ruled for nearly 50 years by 1914, transforming Romania from backward Ottoman satellite into increasingly modern European state. But Carol was 75 years old in 1914 and in declining health. His heir was Crown Prince Ferdinand, married to Princess Marie of Edinburgh. Marie was granddaughter of both Queen Victoria and Tsar Alexander II, British royalty and Russian royalty combined. She made no secret of her sympathies. She spoke fluent English and French, maintained correspondence with relatives across Europe, identified culturally with the Entente powers rather than the Central Powers. Ferdinand himself was weaker personality than his uncle Carol, more easily influenced by his strong-willed wife, more responsive to Romanian public opinion. And Romanian public opinion was overwhelmingly anti-Hungarian and increasingly anti-Austrian. Here's what was poisoning Austro-Romanian relations: Hungarian treatment of Transylvania's Romanian minority. Transylvania, the mountainous region in eastern Hungary, had a Romanian-speaking population of roughly 2.8 million out of 5.2 million total inhabitants. That's 53% Romanian in a region governed by Magyar authorities who pursued aggressive Magyarization policies. Hungarian officials systematically discriminated against Romanian language and culture. Romanian language schools were closed or forced to teach in Hungarian. Romanian cultural organizations faced bureaucratic harassment. Government employment required fluency in Hungarian and effectively excluded Romanians. Electoral laws were gerrymandered to minimize Romanian political representation. Land policies favored Hungarian settlers over Romanian peasants. This wasn't quiet discrimination behind closed doors. This was loud, public policy that Romanian newspapers in Bucharest reported in outraged detail. Every new Hungarian law restricting Romanian language use, every closure of a Romanian school, every instance of discrimination became a news story in Romania, fueling anti-Hungarian sentiment. Romanian nationalists pointed to Transylvania, the way Italian nationalists pointed to Trieste, or Serbian nationalists pointed to Bosnia, stolen territory populated by our people, suffering under foreign oppression, awaiting liberation. The dream of Greater Romania that united all Romanian-speaking peoples was mainstream political discourse in Bucharest by 1912. And Hungary wouldn't stop its Magyarization policies. Magyar nationalists saw Transylvania as core Hungarian territory. It had been part of the Kingdom of Hungary for centuries. They viewed Romanians as recent arrivals who should assimilate into Hungarian culture or remain second-class subjects. The idea of granting Romanians equal rights or cultural autonomy was as unthinkable to Magyar politicians as giving up Transylvania itself. Austria couldn't force Hungary to change course. The dual monarchy structure gave Hungary essentially complete autonomy over its internal affairs. When Austrian officials suggested that perhaps alienating Romania over Transylvania was strategically unwise, Hungarian politicians told them to mind their own business. So, the poison festered year by year. Romanian resentment grew. Carol held the line through sheer force of royal will. But everyone knew what would happen when Carol died. Romania's pending flip created double catastrophe for Austrian military planning. First, the current situation in 1914. Russia deployed 6 divisions on the Romanian border, admittedly rather weak divisions, but still 6 divisions that had to be accounted for. These divisions were there because Russia didn't fully trust Romania, despite Carol's alliance with the Central Powers, and because Russian military doctrine called for defending the southwestern approaches to the empire. Austria, by contrast, deployed essentially nothing on the Romanian border. 0 divisions, minimal border guards, skeleton garrison forces in fortifications. Conrad's military planning relied entirely on Carol's word that Romania would honour its alliance commitments. It was a staggering act of faith in an elderly king's personal loyalty overriding his country's national interests. This allowed Austria to concentrate its limited forces against Serbia and Russia without worrying about a Romanian threat. It was one of the few advantages Austria had in its military calculations. After Carol's death, this situation would reverse completely. Russia could withdraw those 6 divisions from the Romanian border and deploy them elsewhere against Austria or Germany. 6 divisions might not sound like much, but in the close-run calculations of European war, every division mattered. Meanwhile, Austria would have to create basically an entire new army group to guard against Romania. The Romanian border was roughly 800 kilometers long, running through difficult mountainous terrain in Transylvania and open plains in the south. Defending it properly would require at minimum 6 to 8 divisions, perhaps more if Romania actively prepared to attack. And here's the crushing reality. Those 6 to 8 divisions would have to come from somewhere. From forces currently allocated against Serbia or Russia, which meant Austria's already unfavourable force ratios would get worse. But even if Romania stayed neutral rather than joining the Entente, just the possibility of Romanian hostility was devastating. Just needing to guard the border, just the uncertainty about Romanian intentions, forced Austria to deploy forces there that were desperately needed elsewhere. Konrad von Hertzendorf, the Austro-Hungarian chief of staff, was obsessive about force ratios and division counts. He maintained detailed assessments of potential enemy forces and ran constant calculations of how Austria-Hungary would fare in various scenarios. His nightmare scenario, which by 1913 looked increasingly probable, went like this. If Romania joined with Serbia, Montenegro and Russia against the Central Powers, the force imbalance would be catastrophic. Romania could field roughly 400,000 troops when mobilized. Serbia, by 1918, projected 500,000 troops. Montenegro, tiny but mobilized, roughly 50,000. Russia, millions, but let's conservatively count only the forces that could be deployed against Austria-Hungary in the first months of war, roughly 1.2 million based on Russian deployment plans. Against this, Austria-Hungary could fully mobilize roughly 3.3 million men, but many were poorly trained reserves, and forces had to be distributed across multiple fronts. If Italy stayed neutral, Austria could concentrate more forces eastward. If Italy joined the Entente, catastrophe multiplied. Conrad's calculations showed the Central Powers facing roughly 128 enemy divisions against their 62 divisions. More than 2-to-1 disadvantage. Those aren't odds where clever tactics and good generalship can compensate. Those are odds where you lose, badly and quickly. And this scenario wasn't worst-case fantasy. This was Conrad's assessment of probable future by 1917 or 1918. Carroll was 75 and failing. When he died, not if, when, Romania flipped. That was near certainty, barring something dramatically changing in Austro-Romanian relations, which showed no signs of happening. Look at what this meant for Austrian strategic planning. In 1914, Austria very nearly lost the war against Serbia despite fighting under optimal conditions. Serbia was still recovering from the Balkan Wars, not yet at projected strength. Romania was neutral under Carroll, allowing Austria to deploy 0 troops to that border. Italy was neutral, allowing minimal deployments to the Italian frontier. Russia's great program was incomplete, its mobilization times still slow, its military reforms still ongoing. Austria fought Serbia, essentially one-on-one, in autumn 1914, and Serbia won the first round, stalemated the second round, and only lost when Germany and Bulgaria intervened in force in autumn 1915. Now project forward to 1917 or 1918. Serbia, at full projected strength, 500,000 professional troops. Romania actively hostile after Carroll's death, requiring entire Austrian army group to guard that border, forces that wouldn't be available against Serbia. Italy, either neutral but threatening, requiring significant border deployments, or actively hostile, opening entirely new front. Russia fully rearmed, great program complete, mobilization times shortened, capable of immediate offensive into Austrian Galicia. The math was brutal and inescapable. Every year, Austria's position worsened. Every year, the force ratios tilted more heavily against Vienna. Every year, the range of possible outcomes narrowed toward certain defeat. And there was no realistic path to reverse this decline within the existing diplomatic and political framework. Franz Ferdinand's vision of cutting a deal with Russia, of transforming the empire to accommodate Slavic nationalism, might have offered a way out. But Franz Ferdinand's influence was limited, while Emperor Franz Joseph still lived, and his proposals were anathema to the hawks who controlled foreign policy. So the empire lurched forward toward catastrophe, watching the walls close in from multiple directions, Serbia to the south, Italy to the southwest, Romania to the east, Russia to the northeast, with no solutions visible and time running out. When Franz Ferdinand's assassination opened the door in June 1914, the calculation changed. Not because war was suddenly a good option, but because every alternative to war looked worse. Waiting meant fighting in 1917 or 1918 under even more catastrophic conditions. Acting now, while Carroll still lived, while Serbia was still recovering, while Russia's rearmament was incomplete, offered at least a chance. It was desperate calculation by cornered empire. But from Vienna's perspective, it was rational calculation nonetheless. Austria-Hungary's nightmare was unfolding in the Balkans. But Germany faced a different nightmare, equally catastrophic, unfolding to the east. Since 1905, great power interactions in Europe had revolved around one fundamental reality: Russian weakness. This doesn't mean German strategists thought Russia was helpless or irrelevant. Russian population was vast, Russian territory seemingly endless, Russian potential power always lurking in the background of strategic calculations. But weak meant Russia couldn't effectively project power beyond its borders, couldn't quickly mobilize its armies, couldn't threaten Germany in the near term. This Russian weakness gave the Triple Alliance more freedom of action in international affairs. Germany could pressure France during the Morocco crisis. Austria could threaten Serbia over Bosnia. Russia would protest, bluster, complain loudly, but ultimately back down because it lacked the military capacity to make good on threats. In 1911, this fundamental reality began to change. Not slowly, not subtly. Dramatically, visibly, with implications that German military planners watched with mounting alarm. After Russia's catastrophic defeat by Japan and the Revolution of 1905, the Tsarist government understood it faced a choice: reform or die. Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin, appointed in 1906, pushed through a comprehensive reform program that touched almost every aspect of Russian society and economy. Land reform was the cornerstone. The traditional Russian village commune, the mir, had kept peasants tied to collective farming arrangements that stifled productivity and innovation. Stolypin's reforms allowed peasants to claim individual ownership of their land, break away from the commune, consolidate scattered strips into coherent farms. "We are betting on the strong and the sober," Stolypin famously declared. Meaning, ambitious peasants who would become productive farmers and loyal subjects. The results took years to manifest, but by 1911 they were unmistakable. Russian agricultural productivity began climbing steadily. Peasants who now owned their land invested in improvements, better plows, crop rotation, modern farming techniques. Agricultural output increased, providing both food for Russia's growing cities and exports that strengthened the balance of trade. Labor reform improved conditions for industrial workers, reducing some of the most explosive grievances that had fueled the 1905 revolution. Factory laws, limited working hours, improved safety conditions, allowed some labor organization. These reforms didn't eliminate labor unrest. Strikes still occurred, but they took some pressure off the boiling pot. Railroad administration underwent massive overhaul. This was crucial for both economic development and military mobilization. Russia's vast distances meant railroads were the arteries of empire. Without efficient rail transport, neither goods nor armies could move effectively. French engineers and French capital poured into Russian railroad construction. New lines were laid connecting industrial centers to raw material sources, connecting grain-producing regions to ports, connecting military districts to potential war fronts. Existing lines were upgraded with double tracking, better signaling systems, improved rolling stock. Railroad administration was rationalized, corruption reduced, efficiency improved. The cumulative effect of all these reforms started showing dramatically in 1911. The numbers tell a remarkable story of economic transformation. Between 1909 and 1913, Russia experienced what economic historians have called a miracle. Though calling it a miracle understates the hard work and intelligent policy that drove it. A period of excellent harvests from 1909 through 1913 provided the foundation. Russia was still predominantly agricultural. Roughly 80% of the population lived in rural areas. Good harvests meant peasants had money to spend, which stimulated demand for manufactured goods, which drove industrial growth, which increased state tax revenues. But this wasn't just lucky weather. Stolypin's land reforms meant peasants were farming more efficiently, getting better yields even from the same acreage. Agricultural exports boomed. Russian grain fed much of Europe, and payment for that grain flowed back into Russian coffers. French loans supplemented domestic revenues. France, desperate to strengthen its Russian ally after the Japan disaster, opened its financial markets to Russian bonds. French investors, encouraged by their government and attracted by high interest rates, poured billions of francs into Russian development. These loans financed railroad construction, factory building, military modernization, infrastructure development. The result was an extremely healthy balance of trade and rapidly growing state revenues. In 1905, Russia's state budget was in crisis, barely covering essential expenditures. By 1913, revenues were growing at more than 6% annually. The government had money not just for current operations, but for ambitious investment programs. Industrial production surged. Coal production increased by 30% between 1909 and 1913. Iron and steel production doubled. Textile production, oil production, machine building, every sector showed impressive growth. New factories opened in Moscow, St. Petersburg, the Donbass region, using modern equipment and employing hundreds of thousands of workers. This wasn't recovery to pre-1905 levels. This was transformation to an entirely different level of economic development. Russia was still behind Germany, Britain, or France in per capita terms, but the gap was narrowing, and more importantly, the trajectory was unmistakable. Russia was becoming a modern industrial power. And that growing economic base now financed something German strategists watched with deepening anxiety: the Great Program. In 1913, War Minister Vladimir Sukhomlinov presented to the Duma, Russia's parliament, an ambitious military expansion program funded by the growing state revenues. The program had three interconnected components, each alarming to German planners. First, massive army expansion. The peacetime standing army would grow from 1.4 million to 1.7 million men. More importantly, the trained reserve would expand dramatically through extended conscription and regular refresher training. By 1917, Russia projected it could mobilize over 5 million trained soldiers within the first months of war. These wouldn't be peasant levies handed rifles and pointed at the enemy. The Great Program called for systematic professional military education, expanded officer training schools, improved NCO development, modern tactical doctrine, regular war games and exercises. Russian military attachés studied German and French methods, identifying best practices and adapting them to Russian conditions. Equipment modernization accompanied the personnel expansion. New artillery pieces, improved field guns, heavy howitzers, modern ammunition were ordered from French manufacturers and from expanding Russian factories. Russian small arms production ramped up, providing modern rifles to replace obsolete models. Machine guns, the weapon that would define World War I, were ordered in large quantities. Second, naval expansion. The Baltic Fleet, destroyed at Tsushima, would be rebuilt with modern dreadnought battleships. The Black Sea Fleet would be modernized to project power into the Mediterranean if the Straits question were ever resolved in Russia's favor. This naval building program was less immediately threatening to Germany than the army expansion, but it demonstrated Russia's comprehensive approach to military revival. Third, and most crucially for German strategic calculations, railroad network modernization. This was the component that would ultimately destroy German war planning. Here's why railroads mattered so much that they could determine the outcome of European war. Modern European armies depended entirely on railroads for mobilization. When a great power declared mobilization, millions of reservists had to travel from their homes to assembly points, receive equipment and supplies, form units, and deploy to frontiers. This couldn't happen by marching. The distances were too great, the numbers too vast, the time pressure too intense. Railroads made modern mass mobilization possible. Germany had the most efficient railroad network in Europe, carefully designed with military mobilization in mind. German railroads could move entire army corps hundreds of kilometers in days, following precise timetables worked out years in advance. This gave Germany the fastest mobilization time of any European power, 12 days from mobilization order to armies deployed at frontiers ready for offensive operations. France, learning from its 1870 defeat, had built an excellent strategic railroad network connecting military depots to frontier deployment zones. French mobilization took 16 days, slower than Germany, but still impressively fast. Austria-Hungary's mobilization took 16 days, same as France, though Habsburg efficiency was questionable given the empire's bureaucratic complexity and multi-ethnic tensions. Russia's mobilization in 1914 took 26 days. 26 days from mobilization order to armies fully deployed and ready for offensive operations. 14 days slower than Germany. That differential, that 14-day window, was the entire foundation of German strategic planning. But the Great Programme's railroad improvements would change everything. French loans and Russian state revenues financed massive railroad expansion in Russia's western regions, the areas adjacent to Germany and Austria-Hungary. New lines were laid from interior military districts to the German and Austrian frontiers. Existing single-track lines were doubled, allowing trains to move in both directions simultaneously. Sidings and marshalling yards were expanded, allowing faster loading and unloading of troops and supplies. Bridges were strengthened to handle heavier traffic. Railroad management was professionalized, timetables optimized, rolling stock modernized. German intelligence tracked these developments with meticulous attention. German military attachés in Russia sent detailed reports about every new rail line, every improved junction, every upgraded depot. German staff officers incorporated these reports into constantly updated calculations of Russian mobilization capabilities. The projections were stark and terrifying. By 1917, Russian mobilization times would decrease from 26 days to roughly 15 days, comparable to France and Austria, only 3 days slower than Germany. But the implications went beyond just faster mobilization. With improved railroads, Russia could concentrate forces more effectively in the critical opening weeks of war. Instead of armies slowly assembling far from frontiers and taking weeks to march into position, Russian forces could deploy directly to jumping-off points and launch offensives almost immediately. German projections showed that by 1917, Russia would be capable of invading East Prussia and potentially Silesia, Germany's industrial heartland, within the first 2 weeks of war. Not eventual invasion after Germany had time to respond. Immediate invasion, launching before Germany could possibly defeat France and rush forces back east. This completely cancelled out the Schlieffen plan. Let's pause here and make sure you understand the magnitude of what was happening. In 1914, Russia still took 26 days to fully mobilize its armies. Germany took 12 days. That 14-day differential gave Germany a crucial window. Germany could mobilize its armies, launch them westward through Belgium into France, fight the decisive campaign against the French army, and potentially win the Western War before Russia was ready to launch a major offensive in the east. East Prussia would be defended by minimal German forces, but those forces only needed to hold for 6 weeks or so before armies rushed back from victorious campaign in France could reinforce them. By 1917, according to German projections based on Russian railroad improvements, that window would close. Russia would mobilize fast enough that when Germany sent 7/8 of its army west, Russian forces would immediately invade East Prussia in overwhelming strength. Not in 6 weeks. Not after the French campaign was decided. Right away, in the first days of the war, before Germany could possibly achieve victory in the West. This strategic reality completely cancelled out the Schlieffen plan. The entire German war strategy, the plan that governed all German military thinking, the plan that every German staff officer knew by heart, the plan that represented Germany's only hope of winning a two-front war, would become obsolete. Not inefficient, not risky, obsolete, unworkable, impossible. And there was nothing Germany could do to stop it. France was loaning Russia the money. French engineers were helping build the railroads. Russian workers were laying the track, upgrading the stations, improving the system month by month, kilometer by kilometer. All of this was happening in Russian territory, beyond any German ability to interfere short of going to war to stop it. This really cannot be emphasized enough. This was the nightmare that haunted German military planning from 1911 onward. All of Germany's hopes, all of its strategic assumptions, all of its careful military planning, undone by Russian railroad construction. You can see how much this unsettled Berlin in the response it triggered. In 1913, Germany passed the largest peacetime military expansion in its history. The Army Bill of 1913 increased Germany's peacetime standing army from 636,000 to 890,000 men, an increase of 254,000 soldiers, roughly 40% expansion. To put this in context, Germany was already the most militarized society in Europe. It already had universal male conscription, already spent enormous sums on its military, already maintained an army that was the envy and fear of its neighbors. The 1913 expansion meant going even further, longer conscription terms, more units, larger budgets, deeper military penetration into German society. The debate in the Reichstag, Germany's parliament, made clear what was driving this expansion. War Minister Josias von Heeringen, presenting the bill, explicitly cited Russian military revival and the Great Program. Russia is arming as never before, he told the Reichstag. The balance of military power in Europe is shifting decisively against us unless we act now. The Social Democrats, normally skeptical of military spending, supported the bill after securing progressive taxation to fund it. The Centre Party supported it. The National Liberals enthusiastically supported it. It passed with overwhelming majority, demonstrating broad German consensus that Russian rearmament required response. To be absolutely clear, Germany was an immensely powerful country that could afford this expansion. German economy was the strongest in Europe, surging industrial production, world-class manufacturing, advanced technology, efficient agriculture. German government revenues were substantial and growing. There was no question of Germany's ability to pay for a larger military. But money couldn't solve Germany's strategic problem. Increasing the army from 636,000 to 890,000 men, didn't restore the mobilization time differential with Russia. It didn't slow Russian railroad construction. It didn't extend the window that the Schlieffen Plan required to work. All it did was give Germany more soldiers, which was useful, certainly, but didn't address the fundamental strategic reality. The assumptions that the Schlieffen Plan rested upon would soon be obsolete. No amount of spending, no army expansion, no amount of German economic power could change that basic fact. And for German military planners, this created sense of walls closing in, of time running out, of strategic options narrowing toward a single desperate gamble. Berlin's entire war strategy rested on one plan. One brilliant, audacious, high-risk gamble that had consumed German military thinking for over a decade. The plan was named for Count Alfred von Schlieffen, chief of the German General Staff from 1891 to 1906. Schlieffen was perhaps the most influential military theorist of his generation, and his plan represented his life's work, a solution to Germany's fundamental strategic nightmare. That nightmare was encirclement. Germany sits in the center of Europe, surrounded by potential enemies. France to the west, still burning with desire for revenge and recovery of Alsace-Lorraine. Russia to the east, vast and populous and increasingly powerful. The Franco-Russian alliance of 1894 formalized what German strategists had long feared, the two-front war. Fighting a two-front war meant dividing German forces, fighting defensive campaigns on both fronts, engaging in slow war of attrition that Germany would eventually lose through sheer weight of combined enemy resources and manpower. This was the scenario that haunted German nightmares, ground down between two millstones, unable to achieve decisive victory on either front, slowly bled white until collapse. Schlieffen's solution was audacious to the point of madness. Don't fight a two-front war. Turn it into two sequential one-front wars. Here's how it worked. When war begins, Germany sends 7/8 of its army west, roughly 90% of its military power concentrated against France. The remaining 1/8, roughly 100,000 men plus garrison forces, stays in East Prussia to defend against Russia. These forces don't try to stop a Russian invasion. They don't have the strength. Instead, they fight delaying actions, trade space for time, slow the Russian advance as much as possible while avoiding decisive engagement. Meanwhile, the massive German right wing, the 7/8 of the army sent west, doesn't attack straight into eastern France, where French forces expect them. That would mean frontal assault against French fortifications along the Franco-German border, the very fortresses France has spent 40 years building specifically to defend against German attack. Fortresses like Verdun, Toul, Epinal, Belfort, modern concrete and steel fortifications with interlocking fields of fire, defended by the excellent French 75mm guns that can shred attacking infantry. Instead, the German army sweeps through Belgium. Belgium is neutral, guaranteed by international treaty, including Germany's own signature. Violating Belgian neutrality is a crime under international law, and will bring Britain into the war, because Britain is treaty-bound to defend Belgian neutrality. But Schlieffen's calculation was that these consequences didn't matter if the plan worked, because the war would be over before they could materialize. The German right wing, millions of men in multiple armies, pours through Belgium, brushes aside Belgian resistance, and swings into northern France. The sweep is like a vast revolving door, with the hinge on the German border and the moving edge extending all the way to the Channel coast. This massive wheeling movement envelops the French army from the north and west. Meanwhile, the weak German left wing on the Franco-German border deliberately gives ground, luring the French to attack into Alsace-Lorraine. French military doctrine, Plan 17, developed in response to German preparations, calls for aggressive offensive into lost territories. The French attack with élan, with aggressive spirit, confident in their soldiers' courage and their 75mm guns. But as the French push east into Alsace-Lorraine, the German right wing crashes into northern France from the west. The French army, committed to its offensive in Alsace, suddenly finds itself enveloped from an unexpected direction. The German right wing drives southwest and south, getting behind the French armies, cutting them off from Paris, trapping them against their own fortifications and the German border. The decisive battle happens somewhere in northeastern France, probably near the Marne River or perhaps closer to Paris. The German army, having executed its vast wheeling movement, attacks the French army from the flank and rear. The French, caught between German armies to their west and north, and German fortifications to their east, are crushed against their own border. Timeline: 6 weeks from mobilization to French defeat. Paris falls or is isolated. The French government sues for peace. Germany imposes terms, probably not annexation of vast territories, because that would require permanent occupation, but definitely massive indemnities, colonial concessions, perhaps some border adjustments. France is knocked out of the war. Then the German armies board trains and rush east. The excellent German railroad system moves millions of soldiers from France to East Prussia in days. Now Germany can turn its full attention to Russia, fighting the one-front war in the east with overwhelming force concentration. Russia, having slowly mobilized and invaded East Prussia, suddenly faces the entire German army, reinforced by whatever Austrian forces can be spared. The Russian advance is halted, then reversed, then turned into retreat. St. Petersburg, facing German armies deep in Russian territory and having lost its French ally, makes peace on terms favorable to Germany. Two-front war converted into 2 sequential one-front wars, each one decisively, total victory achieved in perhaps 4 to 6 months. That was the plan. That was Germany's only realistic hope of winning a general European war. And it could work, had worked in war games, seemed feasible to professional military judgment, if certain assumptions held. When Schlieffen developed the plan in the early 1900s, the strategic situation made it plausible. Russian military power was shattered by the Japanese War. Russian mobilization was chaotic and slow. Took more than a month to get armies deployed and ready for offensive operations. Russian railroads were primitive, unable to move large forces quickly to the German frontier. Russian officer corps was demoralized and incompetent after the defeats of 1905. This gave Germany the time window it needed. Russia would mobilize slowly, advance ponderously into East Prussia, move cautiously because of its supply difficulties. By the time Russian forces were deep enough into Germany to be genuinely threatening, 6 weeks would have passed, exactly the time Schlieffen calculated Germany needed to defeat France. French military recovery since 1871 was impressive, but France was smaller than Germany in population and industrial capacity. French army was excellent, well-trained, well-equipped, high morale, but German army was larger, and German tactical doctrine was arguably superior. If Germany could achieve the strategic envelopment through Belgium, catching French armies out of position, German operational and tactical superiority could win the decisive battle. Belgian resistance would be brief, because Belgium was a small country with small army. British intervention would come too late because Britain's small professional army would take weeks to mobilize and transport to the continent. By the time British expeditionary force arrived in France, the decisive battle would be over. The plan was high risk, required everything to go right, left no room for serious mistakes, assumed enemy would cooperate by doing what German planners expected. But it was feasible risk, calculated gamble, reasonable plan given the alternatives. Because the alternatives were all worse. The Schlieffen plan worked, to the extent it could work, only if several assumptions remained true. First assumption: Russia mobilizes slowly, taking roughly a month to deploy forces and begin serious offensive operations. This gives Germany the 6-week window to defeat France before Russia becomes a major threat in the east. Second assumption: German mobilization and railroad efficiency allow rapid concentration of forces in the west, rapid execution of the wheeling movement through Belgium, rapid redeployment to the east after French defeat. German organizational superiority compensates for geographic vulnerability. Third assumption: France fights the kind of war German planners expect, aggressive offensive into Alsace-Lorraine, leaving northern France relatively undefended, playing into the German envelopment strategy. Fourth assumption: Belgian and British resistance doesn't significantly slow the German advance through Belgium and northern France. Belgium's small army is quickly overcome. Britain's small professional army arrives too late to effect the decisive battle. Fifth assumption: French army, once enveloped, can be brought to decisive battle and defeated within the 6-week timeline. No escape to Paris for siege warfare, no retreat to defensive positions that would prolong the campaign. Every one of these assumptions had to hold for the plan to work. If any major assumption failed, the entire strategy unraveled. And Russian rearmament was systematically destroying the first and most critical assumption. Despite the risks, the Schlieffen Plan represented serious military thinking by competent professionals. This wasn't fantasy or wishful thinking. It was Germany's best strategic option given its geographic position and the alliance systems it faced. German army in 1914 was probably the finest military force in the world. German officers were superbly trained, German NCOs were highly competent, German soldiers were well disciplined and well equipped. German tactical doctrine emphasized initiative at all levels, allowing junior officers to make decisions based on battlefield conditions rather than waiting for orders from above. German artillery was excellent, German logistics were efficient, German staff work was meticulous. This tactical and operational superiority meant Germany could realistically expect to defeat France if it could achieve the strategic envelopment the Schlieffen Plan called for. German forces, man for man and unit for unit, were probably better than French forces in 1914. If Germany could catch France out of position, force the decisive battle on favourable terms, German quality could overcome whatever quantitative disadvantage it faced. The German railroad system was genuinely the best in Europe, carefully designed with military mobilization in mind. Every major rail line had military considerations built in: routes to frontier deployment zones, capacity for massive troop movements, redundant connections to prevent bottlenecks. German mobilization timetables were works of art, thousands of trains, moving millions of soldiers, all coordinated down to the minute, all rehearsed in peacetime exercises. This organizational superiority was real advantage that made the Schlieffen Plan feasible rather than merely theoretical. And in 1905, when Schlieffen was finalizing the plan, Russia's slow mobilization made the 6-week timeline realistic. German intelligence had detailed assessments of Russian railroad capacity, Russian mobilization procedures, Russian deployment times. The math worked. Germany could defeat France before Russia became a serious threat. But by 1914, that math was changing. And by 1917, according to German projections, the math would no longer work at all. German military intelligence tracked Russian military developments with obsessive attention to detail. Every new Russian rail line was noted, mapped, and incorporated into updated mobilization calculations. Every Russian military reform was analyzed for its implications. Every French loan to Russia was assessed for what it would fund. By 1913, German intelligence projections showed a strategic revolution unfolding in the East. The projections indicated that by 1917, just 4 years away, Russian mobilization time would decrease from 26 days to approximately 15 days. 3 days slower than Germany's 12 days, comparable to France's 16 days. But the implications went far beyond just the raw number of days. With improved railroads, Russia could concentrate forces much more effectively in the critical opening phase of war. Instead of armies slowly assembling in interior districts and taking weeks to march toward frontiers, Russian forces could be transported directly to assembly areas near the German border. Units could deploy from trains almost ready for immediate offensive operations. German General Staff studies projected that by 1917, Russia would be capable of launching a major invasion of East Prussia within 2 weeks of mobilization. Not tentative probing attacks. Not reconnaissance in force. A full-scale invasion with multiple armies, adequate supply arrangements, and operational objectives deep in German territory. And potentially simultaneous invasion of Silesia, Germany's industrial heartland in the east, with its coal mines and steel foundries and manufacturing centers. Silesia was economically vital to German war effort. Losing Silesia didn't just mean losing territory, it meant crippling German industrial capacity to sustain the war. 2 weeks. That's how long Germany would have before facing major Russian offensive in the east. Compare that to the 6 weeks the Schlieffen plan required to defeat France in the west. The math no longer worked. Let's walk through what this meant for German strategic planning. The Schlieffen plan required Germany to send 7/8 of its army west, leaving minimal forces to defend East Prussia. Those minimal forces, maybe 10 divisions, perhaps 100,000 men, were supposed to fight delaying actions, trade space for time, slow Russian advance without getting decisively engaged. This defensive strategy worked if Russia took a month to mobilize and another week or 2 to advance cautiously into East Prussia. German forces could give ground slowly, avoiding encirclement, preserving their strength, buying time. When Russian forces finally threatened something vital, 6 weeks would have passed, France would be defeated, and German armies would be boarding trains to rush east in overwhelming strength. But if Russia could launch major invasion within 2 weeks, this defensive strategy collapsed. 10 German divisions couldn't hold against Russian invasion of 30 or 40 divisions supported by full logistical arrangements. The math was simple and brutal. Russian forces would outnumber Germans by factors of 3 or 4 to 1 in the critical opening phase. German forces in East Prussia would face immediate choice: retreat or be destroyed. Retreat meant abandoning East Prussia which was politically unthinkable and strategically disastrous. East Prussia was core German territory, populated by Germans, economically important. Surrendering it without fight would undermine civilian morale and military confidence. Standing and fighting meant destruction. Outnumbered German forces would be enveloped and crushed by superior Russian numbers. Germany would lose not just territory, but 10 divisions worth of trained soldiers that would be desperately needed elsewhere. And Silesia would be even more exposed. If Russia could simultaneously invade both East Prussia and Silesia, German defensive options narrowed to non-existent. You can't defend everywhere when outnumbered. German forces would have to choose which invasion to resist and which territory to abandon. This completely overturned German strategic assumptions. The entire Schlieffen plan rested on the foundation that Germany could safely strip the eastern frontier to concentrate in the west, because Russia would mobilize slowly. Fast Russian mobilization destroyed that foundation, and there was no way to rebuild it. This phrase appears in the original video, and the speaker emphasizes it strongly. This really cannot be emphasized enough. So, let's emphasize it. All of Germany's hopes were basically undone by Russian rearmament. Not some of Germany's hopes. Not Germany's preferred strategy. All of Germany's hopes. The entire edifice of German military planning, the plan that represented Germany's only realistic path to victory in a two-front war, the strategy that every German staff officer had studied and wargamed and prepared to execute, obsolete. You could see how much this unsettled Berlin in Germany's response. The 1913 Army Bill, increasing peacetime strength by 40%, was direct reaction to Russian rearmament. War Minister von Heeringen explicitly cited the Russian threat when presenting the bill to the Reichstag. The debate in Parliament made clear that both government and opposition understood what was happening. Russia was growing stronger, the military balance was shifting against Germany, action was necessary. But the army bill, expensive as it was and massive as its expansion was, couldn't solve the fundamental problem. Germany could afford to raise its peacetime army from 636,000 to 890,000 men. German economy was strong enough, German population was large enough, German military infrastructure was sophisticated enough to absorb and train that many additional soldiers. But more soldiers didn't restore the mobilization differential with Russia. More soldiers didn't slow Russian railroad construction. More soldiers didn't extend the time window the Schlieffen plan required. Germany was immensely powerful, the strongest military power on the European continent in 1914. German coal and steel production exceeded even Britain's. German chemical industry was world-leading. German electrical engineering was cutting-edge. German population of 65 million was second in Europe, only to Russia. German universities, German research, German technology were the envy of the world. This wasn't a weak country facing decline. This was a strong country at the peak of its power, watching its strategic options narrow. Because strength isn't enough if your strategy doesn't work. Resources don't matter if you can't win the war. And Russian rearmament was systematically making it impossible for Germany to win a two-front war using the only strategy German planners thought could work. The inescapable reality, the phrase from the original video that captures the German dilemma, was that the assumptions the Schlieffen plan rested upon would soon be obsolete. Not weakened. Not questionable. Obsolete. Finished. Gone. And when the Schlieffen plan became obsolete, Germany would have no viable strategy for winning a two-front war at all. When German military planners realized Russian rearmament was destroying the Schlieffen Plan's viability, the obvious question arose: why not just flip the strategy around? Instead of sending 7/8 of the army west to attack France, send the main German strength east to attack Russia. Stay on the defensive in the west, man the fortifications along the Franco-German border, hold the line with minimal forces. Meanwhile, concentrate Germany's military power in the east, coordinate with Austria-Hungary, drive deep into Russia, knock the Russians out of the war before France can break through in the west. It seems logical. If the Western strategy won't work because of Russian rearmament, try the Eastern strategy. Attack where you have advantage rather than where advantage is disappearing. German military planners had considered this alternative. It wasn't new thinking, invented in panic after 1913. The German General Staff had war-gamed Eastern offensive strategies multiple times over previous decades, exploring scenarios where Germany concentrated its strength against Russia rather than France. And German military planners had concluded this Eastern strategy was such a bad idea that in 1912 they suspended planning on it entirely. Not keep this as backup option. Not maintain readiness to execute if circumstances change. Suspended planning. Stopped working on it. Decided it was worse than useless. Here's why. Germany's single greatest military advantage was its mobilization speed. 12 days from mobilization order to armies deployed at frontiers, equipped, supplied, ready for offensive operations. This was organizational masterpiece, the product of decades of meticulous planning and practice. The speed advantage was especially pronounced against Russia. Even after the Great Program's railroad improvements, Russia would still mobilize slower than Germany, 15 days versus 12 days in the 1917 projections. 3 days might not sound like much, but in modern warfare, where mobilization unleashed millions of men, 3 days was significant edge. But here's the crucial point, that speed advantage only mattered if Germany used it to achieve something decisive before the enemy caught up. In the West, Germany's speed advantage allowed it to concentrate overwhelming force against France before Russia could intervene effectively. German armies would already be deep in France, the decisive battle already underway, or even concluded, before Russian slow mobilization brought its full strength to bear. In the East, Germany's speed advantage achieved almost nothing useful. Yes, German forces could mobilize slightly faster than Russian forces. Yes, Germany could begin offensive operations a few days before Russia was fully ready. But Russia's strategic depth meant those few days were irrelevant. Russia is enormous. From the German border to Moscow is roughly 1,000 kilometers. From the German border to St. Petersburg is roughly 800 kilometers. Even if German forces advance rapidly, say 20 kilometers per day, which would be excellent pace, it would take weeks to reach anything strategically vital. By the time German forces advanced deep enough into Russia to threaten something important, Russian mobilization would be complete. Russian forces would have assembled, deployed, and begun their own offensives. The few days of German head start would have evaporated in the vastness of Russian territory. So going east threw away Germany's greatest advantage, mobilization speed, without gaining anything in return. German army had arguably the best tactical doctrine in Europe. German military culture emphasized initiative at all levels of command. Junior officers were trained to assess situations and make decisions without waiting for orders from above. This mission-type tactics, telling subordinates what to achieve rather than exactly how to achieve it, gave German forces flexibility and responsiveness that other armies lacked. German NCOs were superbly trained, capable of leading their units effectively even if officers were killed or communications broke down. German soldiers were well disciplined and well trained, able to execute complex maneuvers under fire. German staff officers were meticulous in planning, but also adaptable when plans met reality. This tactical superiority was maximized in mobile warfare, where rapid decision-making and flexibility mattered most. If you could catch the enemy off balance, exploit gaps in their lines, penetrate deep into their rear areas, German tactical excellence gave you decisive edge. The Western Front, specifically the planned offensive through Belgium into northern France, offered exactly this kind of mobile warfare. Open terrain suitable for rapid advances, enemy potentially caught out of position by the northern attack route, opportunities for envelopment and breakthrough. German tactical superiority would be fully utilized. The Eastern Front offered the opposite. First, terrain worked against mobile operations. Poland, the likely theatre for German Eastern offensive, was a mixture of forests, swamps, rivers, and poor roads. Armies would struggle to advance quickly through this terrain. Supply lines would stretch and strain. Opportunities for clever tactical maneuver would be limited by simple physical geography. Second, Russian strategic depth negated tactical edge. Even if German forces won tactical victories, surrounded Russian units, broke through Russian lines, captured Russian positions, so what? Russia could trade space for time, retreat rather than accept decisive battle, extend German supply lines until they snapped. This was fundamental strategic reality about fighting Russia that every European power understood. You couldn't beat Russia quickly in its own territory. Napoleon learned this in 1812. Charles XII of Sweden learned this in the early 18th century. Russia's size meant it could absorb defeats that would destroy smaller countries, retreat endlessly, draw invaders deeper and deeper into hostile territory until logistics collapsed and winter arrived. German tactical superiority would be largely wasted in this kind of campaign. You'd win battles, yes. You'd advance, yes. But you wouldn't achieve the quick, decisive victory that Germany needed. So going east threw away Germany's tactical superiority by fighting exactly the kind of campaign where that superiority mattered least. Here's what German planners understood with clarity that's painful in hindsight. Going east meant accepting a long war, and Germany couldn't win a long war. The reasons were straightforward and compelling. First, resources favoured the Entente in any war of attrition. Britain controlled the seas, which meant access to global resources and trade. British Navy could blockade Germany, cutting it off from imported raw materials essential to modern industrial economy. Rubber, cotton, copper, nitrates for explosives, food for the population, much of this came from overseas, and Royal Navy could stop it. France had recovered its industrial strength since 1871. French steel production, chemical industry, manufacturing capacity were substantial. France also had colonial empire, providing resources and manpower. Troops from North Africa and French Indochina could supplement French forces. Russia had effectively unlimited manpower. Population of roughly 170 million meant Russia could sustain casualties that would break smaller countries. Yes, Russian soldiers were less well trained than German soldiers, Russian equipment was often inferior, Russian logistics were questionable. But sheer numbers mattered. Russia could replace losses faster than Germany could inflict them. Germany and Austria-Hungary together simply didn't have the resource base to outlast the combined Entente in a long war. German coal and steel production were excellent. German chemical industry was world-leading. Austrian industry was respectable. But combined Franco-Russian-British resources dwarfed Central Powers' capacity. Second, time favoured the Entente. Every month that passed allowed Russia to complete its rearmament, train more soldiers, build more factories, improve more railroads. Every month allowed France to mobilize its colonial resources and coordinate more effectively with its allies. Every month allowed Britain to expand its tiny professional army into mass citizen force. Third, naval blockade would strangle German economy in a long war. Royal Navy was vastly superior to German high seas fleet. Britain could impose blockade on German ports, cutting off trade, preventing imports of essential materials. Germany would slowly starve, literally in terms of food imports, metaphorically in terms of raw materials for industry. German strategic planners in 1914 understood all this clearly. Their war games, their studies, their assessments all concluded the same thing. Long war meant German defeat. Not possibly defeat. Not probably defeat. Near certain defeat, barring miracles. So, going east meant drawing Germany into exactly the kind of war it couldn't win. Russia would happily bog German forces down in Poland, trade space for time, extend the war into months and years. Meanwhile, France would pressure the thinly defended Western Front, Britain would tighten the blockade, and Germany would slowly suffocate. Even if Germany somehow defeated Russia in the east, which was questionable given Russian depth and manpower, by the time that victory was achieved, France and Britain would have grown strong enough in the west to prevent German victory there. Germany would be left exhausted, bled white, economically strangled, facing enemies who were stronger relative to Germany than when the war began. The conclusion was inescapable. Going east threw away Germany's advantages and played to Germany's weaknesses. But there was even more fundamental problem with the Eastern strategy. German planners weren't confident the Western Front would hold if they went east. The Franco-German border was defended by fortifications, yes. German engineering had built defensive works, prepared fallback positions, established fields of fire. In theory, relatively small defending force with good fortifications could hold against much larger attacking force. But French army in 1914 was formidable. Well-trained, well-equipped, high morale, aggressive tactical doctrine, excellent artillery. If France threw its full strength against thinly defended German positions, could those positions hold? German planners weren't sure. They ran war games where Germany stayed defensive in the west while attacking in the east. The results were discouraging. In many scenarios, French forces broke through the weakly held German lines, invaded western Germany, threatened the Ruhr industrial region. Losing the Ruhr meant losing Germany's industrial heartland, the coal mines, steel mills, manufacturing centres that powered German economy and war effort. Losing the Ruhr essentially meant losing the war, regardless of what happened in the east. So, the Eastern strategy risked everything on the hope that minimal German forces could hold the west, while main German strength was engaged in the east, and German planners weren't willing to bet Germany's survival on that hope. Especially because France wouldn't just sit passively on the defensive. French military doctrine, Plan 17, developed in the years before 1914, called for immediate aggressive offensive to recover Alsace-Lorraine. French generals dreamed of avenging 1871, of marching triumphantly through Strasbourg and Metz. If Germany appeared weak in the west, France would attack with every available division, trying to smash through before Germany could redeploy from the east. German planners concluded they couldn't risk it. The Western Front had to be won decisively and quickly before Russia could intervene effectively. Which meant the Schlieffen plan, attack in the west, defend in the east, remained Germany's only viable strategy despite its risks. Until Russian rearmament made even that strategy unworkable. Helmuth von Moltke the Younger became chief of the German General Staff in 1906, succeeding the legendary Schlieffen. Moltke was nephew of Helmuth von Moltke the Elder, the brilliant strategist who'd masterminded Prussia's victories over Austria in 1866 and France in 1870-71. The younger Moltke had enormous shoes to fill, and he knew it. He modified the Schlieffen plan in some details, weakening the right wing somewhat, strengthening the left wing, making the strategy slightly less audacious and slightly more defensive, but kept its fundamental concept. By 1913, Moltke had reached a stark conclusion about Germany's strategic position. 1914 was the last year Germany could contemplate a war against Russia with any realistic hope of winning. Not the last good year. Not the last convenient year. The last year. After 1914, Russia's rearmament would progress to the point where German military advantages would evaporate, the Schlieffen plan would become unworkable, and Germany's chances of victory in a two-front war would approach zero. Moltke communicated this assessment to the Kaiser, to the Chancellor, to key military and civilian leaders. It wasn't an argument for starting a war. Moltke wasn't advocating preventive war. It was a cold-eyed evaluation of the strategic balance and where it was heading. The summer of 1914 offered the best set of circumstances Germany would have for the foreseeable future. Not good circumstances. There were no good circumstances for a general European war. But the least bad circumstances. Let's look at why. Several factors converged in summer 1914 that wouldn't last. First, the Kiel Canal widening had just been completed in June 1914. The canal connected the Baltic Sea to the North Sea, allowing German naval vessels to move between those bodies of water without sailing around Denmark through international waters. The widening allowed Germany's new dreadnought battleships to pass through, making the high seas fleet operationally flexible. German battleships could concentrate rapidly in the Baltic against Russia or in the North Sea against Britain without warning. This was a relatively minor factor in the grand strategic picture. Naval warfare would prove less decisive than anyone expected in World War I, but it mattered for German planning. The High Seas Fleet represented enormous investment, second only to Britain's Royal Navy in European waters. Having that fleet fully operational and flexible gave Germany options it wouldn't have had 6 months earlier. Second, the 1913 Army Bill was now fully in effect. The expansion from 636,000 to 890,000 men had been implemented. New units were trained, equipped, integrated into the order of battle. Officers and NCOs were in place. The enlarged German army was ready for war. Germany could expand further if needed. more conscripts could be called up, more reservists could be mobilized, more resources could be devoted to military production. But that would take time, and each passing month brought Russia's rearmament closer to completion. Germany was at a peak of readiness in summer 1914 that it had only just achieved, and might not be able to improve upon faster than Russia improved its own position. Third, Russia's great program was incomplete. The railroad improvements were underway, but not finished. Russian mobilization in 1914 still took 26 days, not the projected 15 days of 1917. Russian army expansion was in progress, but not complete. Many new units existed on paper, but lacked full equipment and training. In other words, Russia, in summer 1914, was stronger than Russia in 1911, but much weaker than Russia would be in 1917. It was in the middle of transformation, vulnerable during the transition period. In another 3 years, the transformation would be complete, and Russia would be vastly more formidable. Fourth, Romania was still held in the Central Powers' orbit by King Carol. Carol was 75 years old and in declining health, but he was still alive in summer 1914. That meant Austria could rely on Romanian neutrality, deploy minimal forces to that border, concentrate strength against Serbia and Russia. When Carol died, which could happen any time given his age and health, Romania would flip toward the Entente, and Austria would face a new hostile front. Fifth, Serbia was still recovering from the Balkan Wars. Serbian army had been bloodied in combat and gained valuable experience, yes, but it was nowhere near the projected 500,000 troops by 1918. In 1914, Serbia could mobilize perhaps 250,000 men, many of them poorly equipped and war-weary. In a few years, Serbia would be far more formidable. Sixth, Britain's relationships with Russia and France were solid but not unshakable. The Anglo-Russian Convention was being strained by disputes over Persia. Some German diplomats hoped, probably unrealistically, that Britain might stay neutral in a continental war, especially if Germany could portray itself as the defensive party responding to aggression. None of these factors were overwhelmingly favourable to Germany. Even combined, they didn't make a European war attractive or desirable. But they represented the best alignment of circumstances Germany was likely to see. Next year would be worse. The year after that would be worse still. That was Moltke's essential point. Moltke's assessment wasn't optimism about 1914. It was pessimism about every year after. 1915, Russia's rearmament. Another year further along, railroad improvements more complete, army expansion more advanced, French loans continuing to flow. Carol might die any time, flipping Romania toward the Entente. Serbia would have another year to rebuild and expand its military. 1916, Russian mobilization time, decreasing, Russian army growing larger and better equipped, Russian economic growth providing stronger foundation for sustained war effort. Austria-Hungary's strategic position deteriorating further as Italy drifted closer to open hostility. German military advantages eroding month by month. 1917. Russian mobilization fast enough to launch immediate major offensives in the east, making the Schlieffen plan unworkable. Serbia, at or near its projected strength of 500,000 troops, almost certainly hostile after Carol's death, forcing Austria to deploy entire army group to new front. The Entente's resource and manpower, advantages fully mobilized and organized. 1918. Germany, facing enemies who had completed their preparations, closed the mobilization gap, organized their resources, coordinated their strategies. The window for German military action would be closed. From that point forward, Germany's strategic position would deteriorate further each year, with no realistic hope of reversing the trend through military action. This was the clock that Moltke and German military planners watched ticking down. Not a countdown to war they wanted. A countdown to the end of any strategic options at all. Every choice looked bad, but waiting looked worst. We need to understand how German military planners thought to grasp why they reached these conclusions. German General Staff officers were products of rigorous professional military education. They studied military history, analyzed past campaigns, war-gamed future scenarios. They thought in terms of railroad timetables and division counts and mobilization schedules. They reduced warfare to mathematics, force ratios, advance rates, supply consumption rates, casualty projections. This analytical approach had served Germany well. The victories of 1866 and 1870-71 were products of superior German staff work, better planning, more efficient mobilization. German military culture prized this kind of calculating rationality. But that same rationality led German planners to stark conclusions about the strategic situation in 1913 and 1914. The math was clear. Russian mobilization improvements would close the time window the Schlieffen plan required. No clever tactics could compensate for that fundamental strategic reality. No amount of German military excellence could overcome the force ratios that would result from fighting a two-front war after Russia completed its rearmament. German planners didn't see alternatives that we might see in hindsight, diplomatic solutions, accepting reduced German influence, building different alliance structures. They saw the military chessboard, the pieces moving into position, the strategic situation deteriorating. And their professional judgment told them the window for military action was closing rapidly. This was the mindset that made Germany willing to risk war in summer 1914 after spending years restraining Austria from exactly such risks. Not bloodthirstiness or militarism or desire for war. Cold calculation that the alternative to risking war now was facing certain strategic defeat later. Whether that calculation was correct is debatable. Many historians argue German fears were exaggerated, that Russia's economic boom might have stalled, that the strategic situation wasn't as dire as German planners believed. We'll examine those counterarguments shortly. But what matters for understanding why Germany acted as it did in July 1914 is what German decision-makers believed. And they believed, with professional military judgment backed by detailed analysis and wargaming, that 1914 was Germany's last opportunity to fight a two-front war with any realistic hope of winning. The clock was ticking, and in June 1914, when Franz Ferdinand's assassination opened the door Austria had long sought, Germany decided not to close that door as it had in previous years. Instead, Germany decided to walk through it. Let's go back to where we started this story, back to that sunny morning in Sarajevo. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Habsburg throne, is visiting Bosnia with his wife Sophie. It's their wedding anniversary, June 28th, 14 years since they married in a ceremony that scandalized Viennese society. Sophie was a mere countess, far below the imperial rank expected for a Habsburg bride. Their marriage was morganatic, meaning their children couldn't inherit the throne. But Franz Ferdinand loved her fiercely, insisted on marrying her despite the emperor's objections, and brought her with him whenever protocol allowed. The date of the visit was symbolically provocative. June 28th is Vidovdan, St. Vitus Day, the most sacred date in Serbian national mythology. It commemorates the Battle of Kosovo in 1389, when Serbian forces were defeated by the Ottoman Empire. For Serbian nationalists, Vidovdan represents both tragedy and the promise of eventual resurrection and revenge. Having the Habsburg heir visit Bosnia on Vidovdan was seen as deliberate insult. The security arrangements were shockingly inadequate. The motorcade route was published in newspapers days in advance. The cars were open-topped, moving slowly through crowded streets. Local police provided minimal protection. Habsburg officials had been warned of assassination threats, but dismissed them. The Black Hand, the Serbian nationalist secret organization, had been planning for weeks. They recruited 6 young Bosnian Serbs, provided them with bombs and pistols smuggled from Serbia, positioned them along the motorcade route. These weren't professional assassins. They were teenagers and young men in their early 20s, intoxicated by nationalist ideology, willing to die for Greater Serbia. The first attempt failed spectacularly. One conspirator, Nedeljko Chabrinovic, threw a bomb at Franz Ferdinand's car around 10:15 in the morning. The bomb bounced off the folded-back roof of the car and exploded behind them, injuring several people in the following vehicle and wounding spectators. Franz, Ferdinand, and Sophie were unharmed. Franz Ferdinand was furious but composed. He continued to the town hall for the scheduled reception. There, he gave a speech, interrupted at the start when he complained about the welcoming address not mentioning the bomb attack. He then decided to visit the hospital to see the wounded from the bombing. This decision sealed his fate. The motorcade left the town hall around 10:45, heading toward the hospital. But the drivers hadn't been told about the route change. Franz Ferdinand's driver, following the original plan, turned onto Franz Joseph Street, the very street where the conspirators had positioned themselves that morning. The local governor, sitting in the car, realized the mistake and shouted for the driver to stop and back up. The driver braked, tried to shift into reverse, and stalled the engine. The car sat motionless in the street, directly in front of Moritz Schiller's delicatessen. 19-year-old Gavrilo Princip happened to be standing right there. Princip had been one of the 6 conspirators positioned along the original route. After Chabrinovic's failed bomb attack, Princip assumed the mission had failed and police would round them all up within hours. He'd wandered to this spot, possibly contemplating suicide. He'd been given cyanide capsules for exactly that purpose. And now, by sheer chance, Franz Ferdinand's car sat motionless 5 feet in front of him. Princip pulled his pistol, a Belgian-made FN model 1910 automatic, stepped forward and fired twice at point-blank range. The first bullet hit Franz Ferdinand in the neck, severing his jugular vein. The second bullet hit Sophie in the abdomen. Franz Ferdinand remained conscious for several minutes, reportedly asking his wife, "Sophie, Sophie, don't die. Stay alive for our children." But Sophie was already dead or dying, slumped against him. Franz Ferdinand's last words, according to witnesses, were, "It is nothing," repeated several times as blood poured from his wound. Both were dead within minutes. The heir to the Habsburg throne and his wife, murdered by a teenage Serbian nationalist on the most symbolically loaded date in Serbian history, in a province Austria had annexed over Serbian protests 6 years earlier. It was the casus belli Vienna had been waiting for. Here's what made this assassination particularly significant for our story. Franz Ferdinand wasn't just the heir to the throne. He was the dove in Vienna's foreign policy debates. The man who'd consistently argued for restraint with Serbia, for finding accommodation with Russia, for transforming the empire to give Slavs equal status with Germans and Magyars. His trialism proposal, creating a triple monarchy that elevated South Slavs to equal partners with Austria and Hungary, was hated by Magyar nationalists who refused to share power with anyone. But it was Franz Ferdinand's vision for preserving the empire without war. It was the diplomatic solution that might have diffused Serbian nationalism by addressing legitimate Slav grievances. With Franz Ferdinand dead, that vision died with him. The hawks in Vienna, Foreign Minister Berchtold, Chief of Staff Conrad, no longer faced any significant opposition to their war plans. Emperor Franz Joseph was 83 years old, exhausted, and had never liked Franz Ferdinand anyway. The emperor's attitude toward his nephew's death was reportedly cold, more concerned about the breach of protocol in Sophie being buried beside Franz Ferdinand than about the strategic implications. The assassination removed the main restraining voice in Vienna at exactly the moment when Vienna wanted to strike. Vienna immediately accused Serbia of sponsoring the assassination. The accusation wasn't entirely fabricated, there was a real connection. The Black Hand, the organization that recruited and trained the assassins, was led by Serbian military officers, including Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijević, known as Apis. The weapons came from Serbian military arsenals. The training happened in Serbia. Serbian border guards who were Black Hand members helped the conspirators cross from Serbia into Bosnia with their weapons. But the Serbian government's involvement was murkier. Prime Minister Nikola Pasic knew something was being planned. He'd heard rumours, received vague warnings. He apparently gave general orders to Serbian border guards to prevent any suspicious individuals from crossing into Bosnia. But he didn't know the specific details, and his warnings were too vague to be effective. Whether this constituted Serbian government sponsorship of the assassination is debatable, and was hotly debated in 1914. Serbian government didn't order the assassination, didn't plan it, didn't directly provide the weapons. But elements of the Serbian state, military officers acting through the Black Hand, clearly were involved, and the civilian government's attempts to prevent it were half-hearted at best. For Vienna, the evidence was enough. More than enough. Even if the evidence had been weaker, Vienna would have found it sufficient, because Vienna wanted war with Serbia and the assassination provided justification. But Vienna couldn't act alone. Vienna needed Germany's support. And this is where our story pivots from Balkan crisis to European catastrophe. On July 5, 1914, 1 week after the assassination, Austria-Hungary approached Germany for support. Count Alexander Hoyos, Chief of Staff to Foreign Minister Berchtold, travelled to Berlin carrying 2 documents. One was a memo from Berchtold arguing that the assassination proved Serbia was an existential threat that had to be eliminated. The other was a personal letter from Emperor Franz Joseph to Kaiser Wilhelm requesting German support for whatever actions Austria deemed necessary. Wilhelm read the documents, consulted with his Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg and other advisers, and gave his response the same day. Germany would support Austria, even if Austria's actions against Serbia brought in Russia and triggered a general European war. This became known as the blank check, Germany essentially telling Austria it had German backing for whatever it wanted to do to Serbia, without conditions or reservations. This was fundamentally different from how Germany had responded to previous Austrian war plans. In 1909, Germany threatened Russia on Austria's behalf, but clearly didn't want actual war. In 1912 and 1913, Germany had explicitly refused to support Austrian military action against Serbia. July 1914 was different. Wilhelm reportedly told the Austrian ambassador, "If we must go to war, better now than in 1 or 2 years when the Entente will be stronger." That phrase captures the German thinking, not enthusiasm for war, but calculation that, if war was coming anyway, better to fight now while Germany still had some advantages than wait until those advantages disappeared. This is crucial for understanding what happened next. Austria had wanted war with Serbia for years. Vienna had the will, the grievances, the desire to crush Serbian nationalism before it was too late. What Vienna lacked was confidence that it could fight Serbia without facing Russian intervention that would trigger Austrian defeat. Germany's blank check removed that constraint. Vienna now knew that if Russia intervened, Germany would support Austria fully, which meant general European war rather than Austria facing Russia alone. And Vienna's calculation, like Germany's, was that if such a war was coming eventually, better to fight it now under relatively favourable circumstances than wait a few years for circumstances to worsen. Franz Ferdinand's assassination provided the casus belli. Germany's blank check provided the confidence. Together, they opened the door that both empires had refused to walk through in previous crises. This time, they walked through. Let's pause here to put Austria's decision in context. Because what Vienna was contemplating, using military force to eliminate a strategic threat before that threat became overwhelming, was hardly unprecedented in early 20th century international relations. The phrase from our original source captures this perfectly. In truth, there was nothing particularly unique about resorting to military action to subdue a strategic threat. Great powers did this regularly. It was accepted practice, part of the normal toolkit of international relations. When a rival grew too powerful or a situation threatened vital interests, states used force if diplomacy failed. The difference with Serbia in 1914 was the potential consequences that this particular use of force could trigger the Great European War. But the logic itself was familiar to everyone. Let's look at some recent examples that would have been fresh in everyone's mind. Late 1890s, Southern Africa. The Boer republics, the South African Republic and the Orange Free State, were independent Afrikaner states that had existed since the mid-19th century. Then, gold was discovered in the Transvaal in 1886. Enormous deposits, some of the richest in the world. The Boer republics suddenly went from poor agricultural backwaters to wealthy, strategically important states that could afford modern weapons and assert their independence. Britain, which controlled the Cape Colony and Natal on the coast, watched this with alarm. Independent, wealthy Boer republics in the interior threatened British dominance in southern Africa. The Boers were buying modern Mauser rifles and Krupp artillery from Germany. They were building up their military capacity. They were asserting their rights against British encroachment. British High Commissioner Alfred Milner and Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain decided this threat had to be eliminated before it grew worse. They manufactured a crisis over the rights of British subjects in the Transvaal, the Uitlanders, who'd flocked to the goldfields. They issued an ultimatum, designed to be unacceptable. In October 1899, the Second Boer War began. Britain sent hundreds of thousands of troops, eventually over 400,000 men, to crush two small republics with a combined population of maybe 400,000 people. It took 3 years, required brutal tactics including concentration camps for Boer civilians, but Britain won. The independent Boer republics ceased to exist. British dominance in southern Africa was secured. And the international community, while sometimes criticizing British methods, accepted the basic logic. Britain had vital interests in the region. The Boer republics threatened those interests. Britain used force to eliminate the threat. This was preventive war to crush a strategic threat. Exactly what Austria was contemplating with Serbia. September 1911. Italy invaded Ottoman Libya with essentially no provocation beyond Italian colonial ambitions. The official pretext was protecting Italian nationals and Italian economic interests in Libya. The reality was that Italy wanted a North African colony to match French, Algeria, and Tunisia, and Libya, Ottoman-controlled but barely governed, seemed like easy pickings. There was also preventive logic. If Italy didn't grab Libya soon, some other power might, or the Ottomans might strengthen their hold on it. Italy declared war on the Ottoman Empire, landed troops in Tripoli and Benghazi, and began a campaign that lasted over a year. The war was harder than Italy expected. Ottoman and Arab resistance was fierce. Italian military performance was mediocre. Costs spiraled. But eventually, Italy won through sheer persistence and the Ottoman Empire's weakness. By the Treaty of Lausanne, in October 1912, the Ottomans ceded Libya to Italy. Italy gained its North African colony. The Ottoman Empire was further weakened, setting the stage for the Balkan Wars. The international community's response was essentially a shrug. Colonial competition, normal great power behavior, nothing to get excited about. That Italy manufactured a flimsy pretext and invaded a weaker state to grab territory was just how the game was played. Another example of using military force to achieve strategic goals when diplomacy seemed insufficient. France had been extending its influence over Morocco for years, through loans, economic penetration, political pressure. The goal was establishing a French protectorate that would complete France's North African empire, connecting Algeria with French West Africa. In April 1911, a rebellion against the Moroccan Sultan gave France its pretext. French troops occupied Fez, ostensibly to protect the Sultan and restore order. In reality, to establish facts on the ground that would make French control irreversible. Germany objected, sent the gunboat Panther to Agadir in July 1911, demanded compensation for French gains in Morocco. For months, war seemed possible. But Germany ultimately backed down in November, accepting token colonial concessions in Central Africa. By March 1912, France had established its protectorate over Morocco. Military intervention achieved what decades of diplomatic maneuvering had sought. Morocco became part of the French Empire, and the international system accepted it as a fait accompli. Again, military solution to diplomatic and strategic problem widely accepted as legitimate great power behavior. Russia's war with Japan in 1904 to 1905 was different because Russia lost spectacularly. But the logic that led Russia into the war was similar to the other examples. Russia saw Japan as rising threat to Russian interests in Manchuria and Korea. Japanese military and economic power were growing rapidly after the Meiji Restoration. Japanese ambitions in Northeast Asia directly conflicted with Russian ambitions in the same region. Russian strategists calculated that Japan would only grow stronger with time, while Russia's position in the Far East was difficult to strengthen given the distance from European Russia and the limitations of the Trans-Siberian Railway. Better to fight now, while Japan was still relatively weak, than wait until Japanese power became overwhelming. The calculation proved catastrophically wrong. Japan crushed Russia on land and at sea. But the reasoning was textbook preventive war logic. Strike against a growing threat before that threat becomes unstoppable. Russia's defeat didn't discredit the logic of preventive war. It just showed that preventive wars could fail if you miscalculated the enemy's strength or your own capabilities. The lesson other powers drew was make sure you're actually stronger than your opponent, not don't use preventive war. All these examples shared a pattern that everyone in Europe understood in 1914. A great power identifies a strategic threat, a rival growing too strong, a situation developing in ways that threaten vital interests, a future that looks worse than the present. Diplomatic solutions are explored but seem inadequate or too slow. The power calculates that acting now, while it still has advantages, is better than waiting until those advantages disappear. So it manufactures a pretext, issues an ultimatum, and uses military force to solve the problem. This was accepted practice of international relations in the early 20th century. Not everyone liked it. There were pacifist movements, liberal internationalists who argued for arbitration and international law. But the realist mainstream of diplomacy and strategic thinking accepted that sometimes war was a necessary tool of statecraft. Austria's desire to crush Serbia before Serbian power grew overwhelming, fit perfectly within this logic. So did Germany's calculation that fighting now was better than fighting later when Russia's rearmament was complete. These weren't aberrant decisions by irrational actors. They were applications of standard great power reasoning to specific strategic situations. But there was one enormous difference between these examples and Austria's contemplated war with Serbia. Britain's war with the Boers was colonial war, peripheral to European great power relations. It didn't trigger alliance obligations or threaten the balance of power in Europe itself. Italy's war with the Ottomans was similar, fought in North Africa, involving a declining empire that no great power was committed to defending. France's moves in Morocco did risk war with Germany, but ultimately both sides stepped back because neither wanted general European war over Morocco. Russia's war with Japan was fought in the Far East, involved only two powers, didn't trigger European alliance systems. Austria's war with Serbia would trigger the great European cataclysm that everyone feared. Serbia was a Russian client state. Russia had made clear, repeatedly and explicitly, that it would not tolerate Austria crushing Serbia. Russian intervention would trigger the Franco-Russian alliance, bringing France into the war. German support for Austria would mean war between Germany and France, and probably Germany and Russia simultaneously. British strategic interests would almost certainly push Britain to support France, completing the transformation from local Balkan crisis to general European war. This is why Germany had always said no to Austrian war plans in previous years. The logic of preventive war was familiar and accepted, but the consequences of this particular preventive war were too catastrophic to risk. In July 1914, Germany said yes, not because the logic had changed, not because the consequences would be any less catastrophic. But because German strategists had concluded that the consequences of not acting, allowing Russia to complete its rearmament, watching Germany's strategic position deteriorate into helplessness, were even worse. The door opened, and this time both Germany and Austria walked through, knowing full well what lay on the other side. Now we need to ask a crucial question. Was the strategic situation really as dire as Germany and Austria believed? Or were their fears exaggerated, their calculations flawed, their decisions based on faulty analysis? This matters because if the situation wasn't actually desperate, then the decision to risk war in 1914 looks much less like tragic calculation and much more like catastrophic mistake. Historians have debated this intensely for over a century. Some argue that Germany and Austria were essentially correct in their assessments. The strategic balance was shifting decisively against them. Waiting meant eventual defeat. 1914 was indeed their last opportunity. Others argue that German and Austrian fears were products of paranoid strategic culture, that the Entente powers weren't as threatening as Berlin and Vienna believed, that alternatives existed that weren't explored. Let's examine the main counter-arguments that suggest Germany and Austria could have waited. Historian Dominic Lieven, in his comprehensive study of Russia's role in World War I, argues that Russia's economic boom might not have lasted much longer. The boom came from a rather specific and potentially temporary set of circumstances. Excellent harvests from 1909 through 1913 provided the agricultural surplus that drove everything else. But weather is unpredictable. Bad harvests could return at any time, collapsing the export earnings that funded industrial growth and military expansion. French loans were politically motivated, driven by France's need to strengthen its Russian ally against Germany. But French investors were increasingly nervous about Russian bonds by 1913. Interest rates on Russian loans were creeping up, suggesting markets were pricing in more risk. A financial crisis in Paris, or a shift in French political priorities, could cut off the capital flows that Russia depended on. Russia's strong balance of trade had already begun to deteriorate by 1914. Imports were rising faster than exports, as Russia bought Western technology and equipment for industrialization. The trade surplus that had seemed so healthy in 1911 and 1912 was shrinking. If this trend continued, Russia would face balance of payments problems that could force it to slow military spending and economic expansion. Lieven's argument is that the Russian economic miracle was built on unsustainable foundations. It might have collapsed on its own in 1915 or 1916 without any external pressure. If Germany and Austria had just waited, they might have seen Russian power plateau and begin declining, solving their strategic problem without war. This is plausible counterargument based on sound economic analysis, but it has a crucial weakness. Even if Russian economic growth slowed or stopped, the military programs already underway would likely continue. The railroad improvements were being built with French loans already committed. The military expansion was funded through 1917 by budgets already approved. Economic slowdown in 1915 or 1916 wouldn't reverse the mobilization improvements or army expansion that were the core of German strategic anxiety. At most, it would slow the pace of Russian military improvement. It wouldn't restore the strategic situation to what it had been in 1905 or prevent Russia from becoming the formidable military power it was becoming. Another counterargument focuses on Russia's internal political situation, which showed significant instability in the years before 1914 The Lena Goldfields massacre in April 1912 was a particularly ugly incident. Gold miners in Siberia went on strike for better pay and working conditions. When they marched to present their demands, troops opened fire, killing at least 170 workers. The massacre triggered nationwide protests and strikes, reminiscent of the 1905 revolution. Strike activity in general was rising sharply from 1912 through 1914. In 1912, there were over 2,000 strikes involving over 700,000 workers. In 1913, the numbers were similar. In the first half of 1914, before war broke out, strike activity was even higher. Revolutionary parties, the Bolsheviks, Socialist Revolutionaries, Mensheviks, were rebuilding their organizations after being crushed in 1905 to 1907. Police infiltration was extensive, but the movements were resilient. Revolutionary newspapers circulated despite censorship. Underground cells formed despite arrests. Some historians argue that the Tsarist regime was on shaky ground by 1914, that another revolution was brewing. If Germany and Austria had waited, Russia might have collapsed internally, eliminating the Russian threat without war. This argument gained credibility from what actually happened. Russia did collapse into revolution in 1917, vindicating the prediction of internal instability. But there are serious problems with this reasoning. First, the regime had survived far worse in 1905. Bloody Sunday, the general strike, the Potemkin mutiny, peasant uprisings, revolutionary Soviets in major cities. The Romanovs had faced the brink of collapse and pulled back through a combination of reforms and repression. The unrest in 1912 to 1914 was serious, but not yet at 1905 levels. Second, most strikes were economic rather than political. Workers were demanding better pay and conditions, not overthrow of the Tsar. Economic grievances are manageable through concessions, and indeed, Stolypin's reforms and labour laws had diffused some pressure. Political revolutionary movements remained relatively weak in 1914. Third, the military remained loyal to the Tsar in 1914. No significant mutinies, no revolutionary sentiment among officers, soldiers obeyed orders. As long as the army stayed loyal, the regime could suppress revolution. Military disloyalty came later, after years of catastrophic defeats and hardship in World War I. Most importantly, Russia's revolution in 1917 didn't happen because the Tsarist regime was inherently unstable. It happened because Russia was losing World War I. Years of military disasters, Tannenberg, the Great Retreat of 1915, millions of casualties, economic collapse under wartime strain broke the regime. Revolution was consequence of losing the war, not a pre-existing condition that would have happened regardless. Without World War I, the Tsarist regime might well have muddled through, making gradual reforms, managing labour unrest, continuing its slow evolution toward constitutional monarchy. German and Austrian strategic calculations couldn't reasonably bet on Russian internal collapse saving them. Historian Christopher Clark, in his influential book The Sleepwalkers, argues that the Anglo-Russian partnership was shakier than it appeared and might not have survived much longer. The main friction point was Persia, now Iran. The 1907 Anglo-Russian Convention had divided Persia into spheres of influence, Russia dominant in the north, Britain dominant in the south, a neutral zone in between. But by 1914, both powers were violating the agreement. Russia was expanding its influence into the neutral zone and even into the British sphere, supporting Persian factions favourable to Russian interests. Britain was doing the same in reverse, worried about Russian encroachment toward India. British officials in Persia and India were sending alarmed reports to London about Russian ambitions. Clark argues that these tensions were serious enough that the Anglo-Russian Convention might not have been renewed when it came up for review in 1915. If the partnership collapsed, the Triple Entente would fragment. Russia would lose British diplomatic support and British financial backing for French loans. France, caught between its Russian alliance and its British partnership, would face impossible choices. Germany, in this scenario, could have waited for the Entente to implode under its own contradictions, solving Germany's encirclement problem without war. This argument is intriguing and based on real tensions. The Persia disputes were genuine and caused friction between London and St. Petersburg. But there are strong counter-arguments. First, the British Foreign Office was dominated by men who prioritised the anti-German alignment over Persian disputes. Sir Arthur Nicholson, Permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, was strongly pro-Russian and anti-German. He'd negotiated the Anglo-Russian Convention and was committed to making it work. Sir Eyre Crowe, senior clerk at the Foreign Office, was intensely anti-German, convinced that German power threatened British interests fundamentally. These men had enormous influence on British foreign policy. They would fight to preserve the Anglo-Russian partnership because they saw it as essential counterweight to Germany. Persia disputes were annoying but manageable compared to the German threat. Second, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Sazonov was genuinely Anglophile. He valued the British connection, saw it as mark of Russia's return to great power status after the Japan disaster. He was willing to compromise on Persia to maintain the partnership. Third, many of the Persian disputes came from miscommunication and local officials exceeding their instructions rather than fundamental policy conflicts. The British minister in Tehran might support one Persian faction, while the Russian minister supported another, but this reflected local rivalries more than orders from London and St. Petersburg. Both governments recognized the need to manage these disputes rather than let them destroy the partnership. Fourth, and most importantly, German behaviour kept pushing Britain and Russia together. As long as Germany appeared aggressive and threatening, British and Russian interests aligned in containing that threat. Persia was important, but Germany was existential. The evidence suggests that while the Anglo-Russian partnership had strains, both sides had strong incentives to preserve it and were working to resolve disputes rather than let them fester into complete breakdown. Clark's argument that the partnership would have collapsed in 1915 seems overstated. Looking back with more than a century of perspective, we can see that opportunities existed for Germany and Austria that they didn't see or wouldn't accept in 1914. Russian economic growth might have stalled. Internal instability might have worsened. The Entente might have fractured over Persia or other colonial disputes. Time might have worked in Germany's favour rather than against it. But here's the critical point that we keep returning to. What matters isn't our view in hindsight of what might have happened. What matters is what German and Austrian decision-makers believed in summer 1914 based on the information available to them. And their views were exceptionally dire. The German Foreign Office on the Wilhelmstrasse in Berlin had detailed intelligence on Russian rearmament. Military attachés sent regular reports on railroad construction, army expansion, equipment modernization. Economic analysts tracked French loans, Russian trade balances, state revenues, The data were clear and consistent. Russia was growing stronger, rapidly and systematically. German strategic calculations showed that by 1917, Russian mobilization improvements would make the Schlieffen plan unworkable. This wasn't speculation or paranoid fantasy. It was mathematical projection based on railroad construction schedules, mobilization exercises, and military deployment studies. German officials also tracked Anglo-Russian relations and noted the Persia disputes. Some hoped these might drive a wedge in the Entente. But most German assessments concluded the Entente was solid enough to survive colonial friction because the anti-German alignment served all three powers' fundamental interests. The view from Berlin was consistent and bleak. Russia was rapidly closing the strategic gap. The Entente was holding together despite strains, and Germany's military advantages were expiring. The Habsburg Foreign Office on the Ballhausplatz in Vienna had its own grim assessments. Serbian expansion was fact, not speculation. Italian hostility was increasingly open. King Carol of Romania was visibly aging and could die at any moment, after which Romanian policy would flip. Conrad's military calculations showed the force ratios deteriorating year by year, 128 enemy divisions versus 62 Central Powers divisions if Romania flipped and Serbia reached its projected strength. This wasn't worst-case scenario. This was Conrad's assessment of the probable future by 1917 or 1918. The view from Vienna was that Austria-Hungary's strategic position was collapsing rapidly, with no diplomatic solutions visible and no realistic hope of reversing the trend. Whether these assessments were objectively correct is debatable. Historians continue to argue about whether German fears of Russian rearmament were proportionate to the actual threat, whether Austrian paranoia about Serbian nationalism was justified, whether the strategic situation was truly as desperate as Berlin and Vienna believed. But from the perspective of understanding why they made the decisions they made, the question of objective correctness is almost beside the point. They believed their assessments were correct. They had access to extensive intelligence, detailed military studies, professional strategic analysis. Their beliefs weren't irrational or baseless. They were products of systematic effort to understand the strategic environment and project future trends. You can argue they were wrong. You can argue they were too pessimistic, too rigid in their strategic thinking, too quick to see threats, and too slow to see alternatives. Many historians have made exactly those arguments. But you can't argue they were insincere, or that their concerns were manufactured pretexts for wars they wanted for other reasons. The evidence is overwhelming that German and Austrian strategic elites genuinely believed their positions were deteriorating rapidly, and that waiting meant eventual defeat. And when Franz Ferdinand's assassination opened the door in June 1914, that belief, that conviction that time was running out, that next year would be worse than this year, that the window for military action was closing, shaped how they responded. Let's step back and look at the pattern that makes 1914 so puzzling and so tragic. For nearly a decade, Germany served as the brake on Austrian ambitions, the stabilizing force in Central Europe, the power that consistently prevented Balkan crises from escalating into general European war. 1909. Bosnia annexation crisis. Austria wants Russian recognition of the annexation. Russia refuses, backs Serbia. Tensions escalate for months. Germany steps in with ultimatum to Russia: accept the annexation or face war. The threat works. Russia backs down. crisis resolved without shots fired. But here's what's crucial. Germany threatened war, but didn't want war. The ultimatum was calculated bluff, backed by German military superiority at that moment. But German leaders understood that actual war would be catastrophe, even if Germany won. 1912. First Balkan War. Serbia doubles in size. Habsburg influence in the region erodes dramatically. Vienna seriously proposes military action. Ally with Bulgaria. Crush Belgrade before it's too late. Konrad von Hötzendorf pushes hard for his preventive war. Germany says no. Not, let's think about it. Not, maybe, under certain conditions. No. Berlin refuses to countenance Austrian war that could bring in Russia and trigger European catastrophe. 1913. Same pattern repeats. Austria watches Serbian expansion with mounting alarm, floats proposals for military solutions, pushes Germany for support. Germany supports Austrian diplomatic goals, blocking Serbian access to the Adriatic, creating independent Albania as buffer state, but absolutely refuses to support military action. The message from Berlin to Vienna was consistent, clear, and firm for years. We're allies. We'll support your legitimate interests. But we will not start a European war over Balkan issues. Find diplomatic solutions. We're not doing this. This restraint was remarkable given German military confidence and Austrian desperation. Germany had the strongest army in Europe, sophisticated war plans, professional officer corps that believed it could win a European war if necessary. Austria was Germany's only reliable ally, and keeping Austria strong served German strategic interests. Yet Germany said no, year after year, crisis after crisis. Because German leaders understood what war would cost. They'd studied the Franco-Prussian War, seen how even relatively quick wars consumed resources and lives. They understood that modern industrial war between great powers, armed with machine guns and modern artillery, would be bloodbath on unprecedented scale. They knew that even if Germany won militarily, the political and economic costs could be catastrophic. So they restrained Austria, managed crises, sought diplomatic solutions, and kept Europe from stumbling into the abyss. Until July 1914. Here's what makes 1914 different, and what makes it so historically significant. The Balkan situation in summer 1914 was actually less acute than it had been in 1912 or 1913. Serbia was still recovering from the Balkan Wars, not actively expanding or threatening new territories. No immediate crisis was brewing before Franz Ferdinand's assassination. The situation was tense but manageable, as it had been for years. Franz Ferdinand's assassination was shocking, but assassination attempts against Habsburg officials were depressingly common. This wasn't the first plot against Franz Ferdinand. There'd been attempts before that were foiled or failed. Political violence in the Balkans was constant background noise, tragic but not unprecedented. What changed wasn't the situation on the ground. What changed was German assessment of where the strategic situation was heading and how much time remained. By July 1914, German military planners believed, with detailed analysis supporting their belief, that they had perhaps 1 or 2 years left before Russian rearmament made the Schlieffen plan obsolete and German chances of winning a two-front war dropped to near zero. Austrian strategists believed, equally supported by detailed analysis, that their strategic position was collapsing, that within a few years the force ratios would be so unfavourable that Austria-Hungary couldn't defend itself even with German help. The calculation shifted from "we must avoid war" to "we must risk war now or face certain defeat later." Not because the immediate situation demanded war, but because the projected future situation made war seem like the only alternative to slow strategic strangulation. This is what historians mean when they talk about the psychological shift in German policy between 1913 and 1914. Germany moved from being the cautious manager of the European system, the power that pulled back from brinks, that restrained its ally, that sought stability, to being the desperate gambler willing to risk everything on one throw of the dice. It wasn't that German leaders suddenly became more aggressive or militaristic. Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg was, if anything, more cautious and less militaristic than his predecessors. Kaiser Wilhelm, for all his bombastic rhetoric, had proven himself fundamentally cautious when crises actually arrived. Even Moltke, the chief of staff, was less aggressive than Schlieffen had been. The shift came from strategic desperation, not from character change. When you believe you're in a slowly closing trap with no escape routes visible, when every indicator points toward your position worsening month by month, when your best professional analysis tells you that waiting means eventual defeat, your risk calculation changes fundamentally. Options that seemed unthinkably dangerous a year ago start looking like the least bad alternative. Gambles that you would have rejected as irresponsible start looking like desperate necessity. The question shifts from "how do we avoid war" to "if war is coming anyway, when do we have the best chance of winning?" This is the psychological shift that transformed Germany from stabilizer to gambler in summer 1914. We need to be very clear about something here. Understanding why German and Austrian leaders made the decisions they made is not the same as endorsing those decisions or arguing they were correct. The decisions led to World War I, 4 years of industrialized slaughter, 10 million dead soldiers, millions more dead civilians, empires destroyed, economies shattered, societies traumatized in ways that echoed for generations. The war broke the old European order so completely that it led directly to an even more catastrophic Second World War 20 years later. The human cost of the decisions made in July 1914 is almost incomprehensible. And knowing what we know about what followed, it's hard not to judge those decisions as catastrophically wrong. But understanding requires us to see the situation from the perspective of people who didn't know what would follow, who couldn't foresee that the war would last 4 years instead of 4 months, who couldn't imagine the unprecedented horror that modern industrial war would bring. They were working with the information they had, the strategic analysis available to them, the assumptions about warfare that seemed reasonable in 1914 but proved tragically wrong. Understanding their perspective doesn't excuse the consequences. It explains the decisions. And explanation is essential if we want to understand how the 20th century's defining catastrophe happened. There's another crucial distinction we need to make. This is not an argument that World War I was premeditated, that Germany and Austria planned and prepared for a war they intended to start at the first opportunity. The evidence doesn't support that interpretation. German and Austrian leaders hoped the July crisis could be managed without general European war. They thought, or at least some of them thought, that they could localize the conflict, that Russia might back down as it had in 1909, that a quick Austrian victory over Serbia might present Europe with a fait accompli that everyone would ultimately accept. There were multiple opportunities during July for de-escalation. Britain tried to organize an international conference to mediate the crisis. Last-minute proposals were floated to find compromise solutions. Even after mobilizations began, there were moments when the cascade toward war might have been stopped. Decision-makers in July 1914 didn't think the crisis had to lead to war. They thought war was possible, perhaps even likely, but not inevitable. What changed from previous crises was their willingness to risk war rather than back down. In 1909, 1912, and 1913, when the crisis reached the point where the next step might be mobilization and war, Germany and Austria always stepped back. The risk was too great, the consequences too catastrophic, the uncertainty too overwhelming. In July 1914, they didn't step back. They held firm even as the crisis escalated. When Russia began partial mobilization, Germany responded with ultimatums rather than proposals for negotiation. When mobilization schedules started triggering each other like dominoes, military logic took over from diplomatic flexibility. This was the critical change. Not premeditation, but willingness to risk. Not planning for war, but refusing to back down when backing down had always been the pattern before. The distinction matters because it explains why July 1914 unfolded differently from previous crises that looked superficially similar. And this is where the strategic context we've spent hours exploring becomes essential to understanding. Austria's strategic position was collapsing, surrounded by growing threats, allies defecting, force ratios deteriorating, no diplomatic solutions visible. Every year made Austria's situation worse, and Habsburg strategists saw no way to reverse the trend. Germany's strategic assumptions were expiring, Russian rearmament systematically destroying the foundations of the Schlieffen plan, the mobilization time window closing, the advantages that made a two-front war theoretically winnable evaporating month by month. These weren't paranoid fantasies or manufactured pretexts. These were professional military assessments based on detailed intelligence and systematic analysis. German and Austrian strategists might have been wrong in their conclusions, but they weren't irrational or insincere in reaching those conclusions. And those conclusions, that waiting meant eventual defeat, that strategic positions were deteriorating irreversibly, that windows for action were closing, explain why Germany and Austria were willing to risk war in 1914 after refusing that risk for years. The strategic context doesn't justify the decision, but it explains why rational men, acting on rational calculations based on the best information available to them, made decisions that led to catastrophe. That's the tragedy of 1914. Not madness, but miscalculation. Not evil, but desperate men making desperate choices. Not accident, but consequence of strategic logic that led step by step toward the abyss. Let's pull back one final time and look at the grand strategic chessboard as German and Austrian decision-makers saw it in summer 1914. Two empires, both facing strategic situations they believed were spiraling toward catastrophe, both unable to find diplomatic solutions that would reverse their declining positions. Austria-Hungary's chessboard in 1914. To the south, Serbia doubled in size from the Balkan Wars, planning massive military expansion, projecting 500,000 troops by 1918, aggressively promoting Greater Serbia nationalism that explicitly targeted Habsburg territories. Habsburg intelligence documented Serbian support for subversive organizations in Bosnia, Dalmatia, Croatia. This wasn't paranoia. This was well-documented threat to the empire's territorial integrity. To the southwest, Italy technically still an ally but openly hostile, Crown Prince sympathetic to Entente powers, public opinion increasingly anti-Austrian, government explicitly refusing to support any Habsburg military action. Military implications were severe. Austria couldn't count on Italian help and had to garrison the Italian frontier against possible attack. Italy's defection from the Triple Alliance undermined the entire alliance structure that Austria depended on. To the east, Romania, held to the Central Powers by a thread, specifically by 75-year-old King Carol's personal loyalty. When Carol died, Romania would flip toward Russia, as certainly as compass needle finds north. Military consequences would be devastating. Austria would need to create entire new army group to guard Romanian border. Forces desperately needed elsewhere would be tied down, defending against new threat. To the northeast, Russia, recovering from 1905 disasters, economy booming, great program systematically rebuilding military power, backing Serbian expansion, certain to intervene if Austria moved against Serbia. Russian power was growing month by month, year by year, with no end in sight. Conrad's mathematics showed the nightmare clearly. Within a few years, by 1917 or 1918, Austria-Hungary would face odds of more than 2-to-1, 128 enemy divisions against 62 Central Powers divisions. Those aren't difficult odds. Those are potentially existential odds. And every single indicator pointed in the wrong direction. Serbia growing stronger. Italy drifting away. Romania about to flip. Russia rearming relentlessly. Austria's strategic position deteriorating month by month with no diplomatic solutions visible on the horizon. Germany's chessboard in 1914. To the west, France, recovered from 1871, modern industrial economy. Excellent army with those devastating 75mm guns, burning desire for revenge and recovery of Alsace-Lorraine, allied with Russia, in arrangement specifically designed to encircle Germany. French army was formidable, and French strategic planning called for immediate, aggressive offensive to recover lost territories. To the east, Russia, the Colossus, vast territory and population recovering from temporary weakness, great program rapidly closing the mobilization time gap that the Schlieffen plan depended on. By 1917, Russian mobilization would be fast enough to launch immediate major invasion of East Prussia and Silesia, making the German strategy of quick victory in West before Russia could intervene completely unworkable. At sea, Britain, most powerful navy in the world, capable of blockading German ports and strangling German economy in long war, gravitating toward Entente, despite historic policy of staying aloof from continental commitments. British intervention in European war would tip the resource balance decisively against Germany in any prolonged conflict. In the south, Austria-Hungary, Germany's only reliable ally, but an ally whose strategic position was collapsing so rapidly that within a few years it might not be capable of defending itself even with German help. If Austria fell, Germany would face the Franco-Russian alliance alone, surrounded and hopelessly outnumbered. Moltke's assessment captured Germany's dilemma. 1914 was the last year Germany could contemplate war against Russia with any realistic hope of winning. The Schlieffen Plan, Germany's only viable strategy for winning a two-front war, depended on mobilization time differential that was expiring. After 1914, maybe 1915 at the latest, German strategic advantages would evaporate and chances of victory would drop towards zero. The math was brutal and inescapable. This is what strategic desperation means in concrete terms. It's not that Germany and Austria had no options at all. They had the option to wait, to hope that something would change in their favour, to trust that Russian economic boom would stall, or Entente would fragment, or Serbian expansion would somehow plateau. But all their professional analysis, all their intelligence, all their strategic calculations told them that waiting made things worse, not better. Time was not on their side. The trajectory was clear and consistently unfavourable. Every month that passed brought Russian rearmament closer to completion, brought Karol's death and Romanian defection closer, brought Serbian military expansion closer to projected strength. Franz Ferdinand's alternative vision, cutting a deal with Russia over the Balkans, transforming Austria-Hungary to accommodate Slav nationalism through trialism, might have offered a way out for Austria. But Franz Ferdinand was dead, murdered by the very Serbian nationalism his reforms might have diffused. The hawks, who'd always opposed his vision, now controlled Habsburg policy without opposition from the one man whose voice might have restrained them. For Germany, the alternatives to the Schlieffen plan all looked worse than the Schlieffen plan itself. Going east meant throwing away German advantages and playing to Russian strengths. Staying defensive everywhere meant accepting the long war Germany couldn't win. Diplomatic solutions required either abandoning Austria, which would leave Germany completely isolated, or accepting Russian dominance in Eastern Europe, which would leave Germany vulnerable to future pressure. So both empires found themselves in positions where every option looked bad, but waiting looked worst of all. This is the corner they were backed into. June 28, 1914, Franz Ferdinand's assassination. For Austria, it provided the casus belli they'd long sought: clear provocation, evidence of Serbian involvement, justification for military action that had been difficult to manufacture in previous crises. For Germany, it provided a moment of decision. Support Austria and risk the general European war Germany had spent years trying to avoid is less than his own. Zero hash is greater than, or restrain Austria once again and watch German strategic position continue deteriorating toward eventual helplessness. Previous crises, Germany had chosen restraint. The risk was too great, the consequences too catastrophic. Hope remained that diplomatic solutions could be found. July 1914, Germany chose differently. Not because the risk was any less, not because the consequences would be any less catastrophic, but because the alternative, continuing to wait while strategic position deteriorated, seemed even worse than the risk of war. The blank check to Austria. The harsh Austrian ultimatum to Serbia, designed to be unacceptable. The Russian mobilization in support of Serbia. The German ultimatums to Russia and France. The mobilization schedules cascading into each other like dominoes. The German invasion of Belgium that brought Britain into the war. Step by step, decision by decision, the July crisis escalated from Balkan dispute to general European war. At each step, opportunities for de-escalation existed but weren't taken. At each step, leaders chose to hold firm rather than back down, to risk escalation rather than accept the diplomatic defeat that backing down would represent. By early August, Europe was at war. The war that everyone had feared, that everyone had tried to prevent, that everyone understood would be catastrophe on unprecedented scale. It had finally come. Not because anyone wanted it. Not because anyone thought it would be easy or glorious or anything other than terrible. But because the combination of strategic desperation, alliance commitments, mobilization schedules, and mutual fear created a situation where backing down seemed worse than going forward. The door opened, and both empires, watching their strategic positions collapse and seeing no other way out, walked through. Let's be absolutely clear about what this analysis is and isn't saying. This is not arguing that Germany and Austria were right to risk war in July 1914. The consequences: World War I, 10 million dead, empires destroyed, societies shattered, the seeds of an even worse war planted, make it impossible to argue that the decision was correct, even from their own perspective. This is not arguing that their strategic fears justified the catastrophe they unleashed. Nothing justifies World War I. No set of strategic calculations, no matter how professionally done or sincerely believed, can justify the scale of human suffering that followed. This is not arguing that they had no choice. They had choices. They could have backed down in July, as they had in previous crises. They could have accepted diplomatic defeat over Serbia. They could have waited longer to see if the strategic situation developed differently than they feared. They chose not to take those options, and that choice led to catastrophe. What this analysis is arguing is that to understand why they made those choices, we need to see the strategic chessboard as they saw it. We need to understand that they genuinely believed their strategic positions were collapsing, that time was working against them, that waiting meant eventual defeat. These beliefs were based on professional military analysis and detailed intelligence, not on paranoid fantasy or manufactured pretexts. We need to understand that from their perspective, within their strategic framework, with the information available to them, the decision to risk war in 1914 was rational calculation, terribly wrong in hindsight, catastrophically mistaken in consequences, but rational based on what they believed they knew. Understanding doesn't excuse, but understanding is essential if we want to comprehend how rational men, making what they thought were rational decisions, led Europe into the abyss. That's the tragedy of 1914. Not madness, but miscalculation. Not accident, but consequence. Not inevitable, but comprehensible. The strategic context illuminates the decisions. It explains the timing. Why 1914 and not 1912 or 1913? It explains the shift. Why Germany finally said yes after saying no for years. It explains the desperation. Why men who understood war's horrors chose it anyway. This is how the 20th century's defining catastrophe began. Not with a bang, but with a series of calculated decisions made by people who thought they had no better choice. Here's the paradox that haunts the history of World War I. Everybody knew war would be terrible. This wasn't secret or disputed. Military leaders understood the killing power of modern weapons. They'd studied the Russo-Japanese War, seen how machine guns and modern artillery slaughtered attacking infantry. They knew that defensive firepower had advanced faster than offensive capabilities, that attacking entrenched positions would be bloodbath. Financial leaders understood the economic costs of modern war. Norman Angel's book, The Great Illusion, published in 1910, argued that modern economic interdependence made war economically irrational. The costs would exceed any possible gains. Bankers and industrialists agreed that prolonged war between industrial powers would devastate the global economy. Political leaders understood the social risks. War would unleash forces that peacetime governments might not be able to control. Revolutionary movements might exploit wartime chaos. Social contracts between governments and governed might break down under wartime strain. Yet they chose war anyway. Not because they were stupid or evil or ignorant of the costs, but because each power's rational calculations led them to conclude that war was better than the alternatives they faced. Germany calculated that 1914 was the last year it could fight a two-front war with realistic hope of winning, that waiting until Russia completed its rearmament meant eventual strategic helplessness, that quick war now was better than slow defeat later. These were rational calculations based on detailed military analysis and intelligence about Russian rearmament. The calculations were wrong. The Schlieffen plan failed. The quick war became a 4-year slog. Germany lost catastrophically. But the logic that led to the decision was rational given German beliefs and information. Austria calculated that Serbia was an existential threat that had to be eliminated before Serbian power grew overwhelming, that force ratios were deteriorating month by month, that waiting until Romania flipped and Italy turned hostile meant facing impossible odds. Again, rational calculation based on professional military assessment and intelligence about Balkan developments. Wrong in consequences. Austria-Hungary didn't survive the war, but rational in process. Russia calculated that backing down again after Bosnia and other humiliations would destroy Russian credibility as great power, that abandoning Serbia would surrender Balkans to Austrian domination, that standing firm was necessary to maintain Russian position in the European system. France calculated that supporting Russia was essential to maintain the alliance that protected France from German dominance, that abandoning Russia would leave France isolated and vulnerable, that honouring alliance commitments was necessary for French security. Britain calculated that German victory over France would leave Germany dominant on the continent, that German control of Belgian and French Channel ports would threaten Britain directly, that maintaining the balance of power required supporting France and Russia against Germany. Every power made rational calculations based on its strategic situation, alliance commitments, and understanding of its security interests. Every calculation pointed toward war rather than backing down. The aggregate of these rational calculations was World War I. This is why the question about World War I's origins changes when you understand the strategic context. The question isn't, why did they start the war? Asked that way, it sounds like war was something they actively wanted, something they chose when better alternatives were available. The question is, why did they have to start the war? Or more precisely, why did they believe they had to? Why did the alternatives to war look worse than war itself? Why did rational calculations lead to catastrophic decision? From their perspective, within their strategic framework, given their beliefs about where the chessboard was heading, they felt they had no choice. Not because war was a good option, but because all other options looked worse. Austria had to strike at Serbia now because waiting until 1917 or 1918 meant facing 2-to-1 odds, with Romania hostile and Serbia at full strength. Germany had to support Austria now because waiting meant watching Russian rearmament make the Schlieffen plan obsolete and eliminate any chance of winning a two-front war. Had to, in this sense, doesn't mean forced by external constraints beyond their control. It means compelled by internal logic of their strategic calculations to conclude that this choice, terrible as it was less terrible than the alternatives. The phrase from the original video, "The conflict has many fathers, of course," captures an important truth. World War I's origins are complex, multi-causal, impossible to reduce to single explanation or single villain. Alliance systems made local conflicts multilateral. arms, races created mutual fear and suspicion. Nationalist movements inflamed passions and made compromise difficult. Imperial ambitions drove competition over colonies and spheres of influence. Military schedules and mobilization plans removed flexibility from diplomacy. Domestic politics in multiple countries created pressures for aggressive foreign policies. All of these contributed to creating the conditions where the July crisis spiraled into general war. But the strategic context, the two empires watching their positions collapse, the calculations about windows closing and time running out, explains something the other factors don't fully explain. It explains the timing. Why 1914 and not 1912 or 1913 when crises looked similar and provocations were arguably greater? Because by 1914, both Germany and Austria believed their windows for action were closing, that next year would be worse. It explains the shift in German policy. Why did Germany, the stabilizing force for a decade, suddenly give Austria the blank check in July 1914? Because German strategic calculations had changed from "we must avoid war" to "if war is coming anyway, better now than later." It explains the desperation that overrode the terror. Why did leaders who understood war's horrors choose war anyway? Because they believed the alternative was slow, strategic death, and quick gamble seemed better than certain decline. This analysis doesn't explain everything about World War I's origins. Cultural factors mattered. The cult of the offensive in military thinking, social Darwinist ideas about struggle and survival, nationalist ideologies that glorified war. Personalities mattered. Wilhelm's instability, Conrad's obsessiveness, the absence of strong peace parties in key governments. Structural factors mattered. The alliance systems, the military plans, the economic interdependencies that made war seem both unthinkable and inevitable. But the strategic context provides insight that other explanations don't. It explains why rational men, acting on rational calculations, made decisions that led to irrational catastrophe. It explains why the July crisis ended differently than previous crises despite superficial similarities. It explains the timing and the urgency and the desperate risk-taking. Most importantly, it explains how we got from a murder in Sarajevo to the trenches of the Western Front, from a Balkan crisis to global catastrophe, from calculating strategic decisions to the worst war humanity had yet experienced. And here's the cruelest irony of all. All their calculations were wrong. The war wasn't short. It lasted 4 years, not 4 months. The Schlieffen plan didn't work. France held at the Marne. The quick victory never came. Germany didn't win. It lost decisively, exhausted and defeated, economy shattered, society in revolution. Austria-Hungary didn't survive. The empire dissolved into successor states. The Habsburg dynasty ended. The centuries-old realm ceased to exist. Russia didn't emerge stronger. It collapsed into revolution, withdrew from the war in defeat, faced years of civil war and catastrophe. Everyone lost. Even the nominal victors, France, Britain, Italy, were exhausted, economically weakened, societies traumatized, facing futures far grimmer than they'd imagined in 1914. But they couldn't know this when they made their decisions in July 1914. They calculated based on what they believed they knew, that modern war would be terrible but quick, that decisive battles would settle matters in months, that whoever survived the initial campaigns would win. They were wrong about almost everything, and the price of being wrong was paid by millions who died in the mud of Flanders, the mountains of Italy, the forests of the Eastern Front, the deserts of the Middle East. This is the tragedy of 1914. Rational calculations by rational men leading to irrational catastrophe. Strategic logic pointing toward strategic disaster. The best analysis available, producing the worst possible outcome. And all of it comprehensible, step by terrible step, when you understand the chessboard they thought they were playing on. 3 hours ago, we started with a question. Why did Germany and Austria start a war in 1914 that they knew would be terrible, that their own military strategists thought they might lose, that risked everything on a desperate gamble? Your history teacher told you about Franz Ferdinand's assassination, about alliance systems and entangling commitments, maybe about nationalism and imperialism and arms races. Maybe you even learned about the Schlieffen plan and mobilization schedules. But they probably didn't explain the strategic desperation. The two empires watching their worlds collapse in slow motion. The calculations about windows closing and time running out. The shift from "we must avoid war" to "we must risk war now because waiting means certain defeat later." Now you understand. The real question about World War I isn't the mechanical triggers. The assassination happened, the ultimatum was sent, the mobilizations cascaded, the armies marched. Those are the hows, how the war started once the crisis began. The real question is why rational men chose this path. Why Germany said yes in 1914 after saying no in 1912 and 1913. Why Austria risked Russian intervention despite fearing exactly that consequence. Why summer 1914 became the point of no return after years of managed crises. The answer lies in the strategic chessboard. Two empires watching their positions on the board deteriorate month by month, year by year. Austria-Hungary, surrounded by growing threats and defecting allies. Serbia, doubling in size and planning massive military expansion. Italy drifting toward hostility. Romania held only by an aged king's personal loyalty. Force ratios moving from bad to catastrophic, with no diplomatic solutions visible. Germany, watching its military advantage expire as Russia rearmed. The Schlieffen plan, the only strategy that offered hope of winning a two-front war, becoming obsolete as Russian mobilization times improved. The window for military action closing, Russian power growing, strategic options narrowing toward a single desperate gamble. Both empires backed into corners, both calculating that waiting meant slow strategic death, both concluding, independently but simultaneously, that if war was coming anyway, better to fight now, while they still had some advantages, than wait until those advantages vanished. This doesn't justify their decisions. 10 million dead, empires destroyed, societies shattered, the seeds of an even worse war planted. Nothing justifies that outcome. But it gives us clarity about how it happened. Not madness, but miscalculation. Not accident, but consequence of strategic logic. Not inevitable, but comprehensible when you see the world as they saw it. They believed their strategic positions were collapsing. They believed time was working against them. They believed their windows for action were closing. These beliefs were based on professional analysis and detailed intelligence, not paranoid fantasy or manufactured pretexts. And those beliefs led them to walk through the door when it opened in July 1914. The door they'd refused to walk through in previous crises. The door that led to the trenches and the gas attacks and the unprecedented slaughter of industrial war. This is what makes 1914 tragic, rather than merely sad. Tragedy is when good people making reasonable decisions based on the best information available to them create catastrophic outcomes they never intended and couldn't foresee. German and Austrian leaders weren't monsters. They were professional statesmen and military officers trying to protect their country's security and strategic positions. They made calculations that seemed rational within their framework. And those rational calculations led directly to catastrophe. That's the tragedy of 1914. And understanding that tragedy helps us understand not just World War I, but how rational decision-making can lead to irrational outcomes. How fear can be as dangerous as aggression. How strategic logic can point towards strategic disaster. Now you understand why Germany and Austria felt they had to start the war, or thought they had to, which, in the end, meant the same thing. Thank you for listening.